Welcome everybody this afternoon's Woollen Planning Committee. Membership, I think it looks as printed. Yeah. Minutes of the previous meeting, can we pass them as a true record?
Yeah, Chair, could I just clarify, the minutes in the pack reflect that Councillor Patrick substituted for himself at the meetings. The correct version has been published online and Councillor Patrick substituted for Councillor Taylor.
Oh, right, there we go. Item 3, declarations. I'll start off with Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I've been lobbied on page 11, 67 and 153. No action taken. Councillor
Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I need to declare that in item 6 on page 11, prior to me joining this committee, I provided planning advice to the applicant and therefore will be removing myself from committee for that item. I've also been lobbied on item 9, page 67 as well, but just received emails but no action taken.
Right, thanks John. Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you, Chair. I've been lobbied on agenda items 6, 9, 11, 12 and 13. I'd also like to say any views I've indicated to officers previously on agenda item 12 before joining the planning committee can be disregarded. I am approaching this with an open mind in accordance with the Localism Act, but my referral request to committee was made after I joined the planning committee and indicates the concerns I had for the reason for referral. Thank you.
Councillor Dadd.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 9 and agenda item 13, for me, no action taken.
Thanks, Nosh. Councillor Turner.
Chair, item 6, 9, 10, 11 and 13.
Councillor Granger-Mead.
Thanks, Chair. I've been lobbied on item 6, 7, 9 and 10. No action taken.
Councillor Pinnock.
Thanks, Chair. Item 9, I've had 27 emails. No action taken. And item 13.
Andrew, can you put your microphone down, please? It's somewhere on the back of your head.
Sorry, I was having my lunch, so I put it out the way. I do apologise, Chair.
No.
Item 9, I've had 27 emails, probably like everybody else. And item 13, I've also been lobbied, no opinion offered. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. Councillor Akhtar. You're on mute, Mahmood.
Yeah, no lobbying, but accept the email received for agenda 9. That's all.
Thanks, Lord. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. Items 7, 9, 11 and 13. On item 13, protocol advice was given, so just about how to attend meetings and get their voice known at meetings. Thank you.
Right, thanks, John. I've got page 27, 67, 111, 137 and 173. I think that's everybody unless somebody...
Yeah, Councillor Bowes and Councillor Taylor don't look to have joined the meeting.
All right. Item 4, public meeting. Item 5, deputations and petitions.
None, Chair.
None. Item 6, we'll go to page 11. This is the Dunkirk Inn, which I think you're all familiar with.
Councillor Hall.
Chair, before we
yes.
start, do I need to leave the meeting? I'm just seeking advice, really. And if so, how do I do it?
Just Sandra.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to come in first to ask if I could mention about the other councillors speaking.
If you wanted me to do that before they went onto the item, shall I do that now?
Yeah, if you would, please, yeah.
In the interest of transparency and protection of the integrity of the planning process, members who are not in the committee but have indicated that they wish to observe the meeting are being invited to join on Teams. At today's Heavy Woollen meeting, I understand that Councillors Bolt, Councillors Ahmed, Zaman, Luna, Lowe, Simpson and Watson are observing and have indicated that they wish to speak on items. The items are Councillor Bolt 10, item 12, Councillor Ahmed, Councillor 14, Councillor Zaman, Luna and Lowe, item 9, Councillor Simpson, and item 6, Councillor Watson. The councillors will be invited by you, Chair, to speak for 5 minutes as per the normal protocol, but won't be participating in the meeting in any other way. Thank you.
Just before you go, can you advise Councillor Taylor, does he need to switch his microphone off, his camera, as he's not taking part in this item?
Yes, he should, yeah, and then we can let him know when the item's completed and invite him back in, yeah.
Right, thanks, Sandra. You all right with that, John?
Yeah.
Right. Not sure which officer's taking this one on.
It's me, Chair Paul Dowd, Team Leader of East. I'm stepping in for Louise Bearcroft.
Right, Paul, it's all over to you.
Right, this application site is the Dunkirk Public House, which is located approximately 1.3 kilometres outside the centre of Denby Dale.
Paul, can you put
Barnsley Road.
Paul, can you put your microphone on, please? Slides.
Slides?
Yeah, it's just stuck on first page at photographs that we've been sent of each application.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Sorry. Right. Are you seeing this now?
Yes.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. This application site is Dunkirk Public House, located approximately 1.3 kilometres outside the centre of Denby Dale, at the junction of Barnsley Road with Dry Hill Lane. The application was deferred from the previous meeting to allow an assessment of a highway statement. Since that time, revised plans have been received which have reduced the scale of the proposed extension and the red line boundary. The existing public house is a simple vernacular building with extensions and alterations to the eastern end of the site. It has a limited curtilage area and backs onto agricultural fields to the north and east, and the rear of residential properties off Tenter House Court, including a Grade 2 listed former barn. The public house is served by a car park off Dry Hill Lane. The site and surrounding area are within Greenbelt. This photograph shows works which have been undertaken to extend the curtilage of the public house and to install temporary kitchens. These works do not benefit from planning permission. Permission is sought for an extension to the side and rear of the public house. To facilitate this, it is proposed to extend the curtilage to the north and east into adjacent agricultural fields. The new boundary would be secured by a retaining structure and a dry stone wall. The extension would provide an enlarged kitchen and dining area. The applicants have identified the upper floor as an existing multi-use room for which a new lift will provide accessible entry. The extension will be faced in render and reclaimed stone and will have artificial stone slate roofing tiles and a green roof. Within the green belt, the construction of new buildings is inappropriate development. Exceptions to this include extensions to buildings, provided they do not result in disproportionate addition over and above the size of the original building. Policy LP 57 of the local plan stipulates such proposals require that the original building remain the dominant element and should not result in a greater impact on openness in terms of treatment of outdoor areas, including curtlages. The scale of the extension has now been reduced from the original proposal to increase the size of the original building by 62% to proposing an increase of just over 33%. And it is considered that the original building would now be satisfactorily retained as the dominant element. The required extension to the curtilage, and thus the proposed encroachment into the agricultural fields, has now been reduced to the minimum required to facilitate the reduced scale extension. The applicant has demonstrated that the building has a value to the community and local groups, and the proposal would increase the number of jobs to a total of 40. The desirability of supporting an existing rural business is also weighed in the balance. In respect of highway safety matters, further to the previous deferral, assessment of the off-street parking requirements of the site have been supplied by Sanderson Associates, including the use of TRIX database to justify the level of off-street parking. This comparison with other sites suggests that a car park capacity of 36 spaces would suffice for the Dunkirk Inn. Furthermore, this was suggested for a property volume greater than that now being submitted. The car park has also now been lined to allow the full capacity of the facility to be used. Highways DM officers accept the information supplied as satisfactory to address previous concerns. As such, the scheme is now acceptable from a highway perspective. In respect of the other matters, the Dunkirk is located in proximity to a Grade 2 listed former barn at 110 House Court. The conservation team consider that the proposal would cause less than substantial harm to the setting of the barn. In line with the NPPF paragraph 196, this harm needs to be weighed against public benefits. Conservation considers that if an assessment of the supporting information finds the extension is essential for the future viability of the public house, then they would consider that this could outweigh the less than substantial harm. Officers consider it appropriate that the matter of public benefits be considered in respect of the value of the existing public house to the community rather than solely a financial appraisal of the business. The scale of the extension has now been reduced in scale, limiting the identified harm, and it is considered the public benefits to the community now outweigh this reduced harm. It is considered that there will be no detrimental impact to the amenity of neighbouring residential properties. To conclude, it is considered the revised plans would now accord with Greenbelt policy, and the proposal would now provide sufficient parking. As such, officer recommendation is for approval. It is not considered there would be any detrimental impact on residential amenity, subject to conditions to secure appropriate mechanical extraction and control other mechanical plant serving the premises. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. We've got two speakers first. Mark Ronan.
Yeah, that's fine. Right, I'll pass you over to the chair now.
Right, thanks, Mark. You've got 3 minutes and it starts from now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to speak today. We are pleased that the application is supported by the planning officers, and as referenced in paragraph 10.10, the development is now deemed appropriate. We have worked hard to address all points raised by the officers. To this end, we have substantially reduced the volume of the building, and while we have not achieved the size we wanted for the business model referred to in paragraph 10.7, we will adjust the business to be a sustainable operation. We have adjusted the red line boundary as requested. We have provided a revised restaurant covers calculation utilising the first floor space, the ground floor pub space, as well as the reduced extension space. We have satisfied the points raised in paragraph 10.3, 10.4, 10.5 and 10.6. The very special circumstances referred to in paragraph 10.2, 10.8 and 10.9 are no longer required as the extension is deemed appropriate as stated in paragraph 10.10. Very special circumstances are only required if the extension was deemed inappropriate. With regard to highways, we have eliminated parking from the front of the Dunkirk. This improves visibility when people pull out of the junction of Dry Hill Lane. We have provided an independent and updated car parking assessment. We have lined the existing car park. We have removed the bottle banks, and we are pleased that highways are in support of the application. We note that conservation and design support the application. With regard to the neighbouring properties, we have repaired the drainage which had collapsed and was compromised by an existing tree which we removed. No works have commenced on the proposed scheme. The temporary kitchen buildings has received building regulation approval and will be removed once a new kitchen is constructed. We have overwhelming support from the local community, and the Dunkirk is a vital source of income for the people who work there. We hope the committee support the application, and I am happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mark. Next, it's Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for that. If I can just be relatively brief on this, the reason that I sought to refer this to the committee was to essentially bring matters to a head because the applicants needed a decision one way or another. As I sit here, there are numerous public houses that I can think of in Denbydale Ward or just outside that sit there with their doors closed now because the businesses have been lost, probably in many instances, forever. And whilst I appreciate that going to the pub isn't everybody's cup of tea, so to speak, I do think that these kind of facilities are important to the local community. And therefore, all I really wanted to say was to offer up my thanks to Mr. Dowd and the rest of the officers, and indeed yourself, Chairman, for bringing this forward to the committee and for enabling it to now be dealt with so swiftly, because that is clearly having a decision is important to the business, and whatever way that decision goes, I do hope that this business prospers and succeeds. And again, I would just like to offer up my thanks for all the help that has been provided by the officers and the team that have worked on this. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Michael. Thank you. Right, that speaker's over. I think first out at Vauxhall, Cathy Scott.
No, Chair, not at the moment. Mine was to say that we couldn't see the diagrams on the presentation. That's what I was trying to tell him. So I'll wait and allow members that live closer to it first. But I do want to speak. It will be going on.
Yeah, all right, Cathy. Councillor Granger-Mead. I think you're on mute, Michelle. We can't hear you. No sound come through.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I must have sat on that. Yeah, I'm happy to kick off with this one. I'm glad the developer has made changes that the officers and Councillor Watson are happy with. I've only just got two, I suppose, questions that I'd like clarified. In the comments, it does say that that the beer garden or kitchen garden or whatever you want to call it could be overlooking neighbours. I just want that clarified if that is the case, and if it is the case, is it possible to put screening or some sort of privacy around it in reserved matters to make sure that that the neighbours aren't affected, and likewise with the light pollution. You know, if it is going to be used in the evenings, that the pollution isn't to a level that's going to affect the neighbours, again with noise as well. And yeah, I noticed that there was a mature tree that was taken down. I just wonder if they're going to do any sort of replanting to offset that. But otherwise, I'm quite happy with the application. So thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Just take one or two more and then I'll bring Paul back in. Councillor Turner.
Excuse me. Thanks, Chair. It's nice to see it's been modified, but I'm still concerned it's taking Greenbelt, despite the fact that it sneaks in just under the policy. It's still Greenbelt in a quite exposed area, so I'm not happy with that. I still don't think we should be using Greenbelt for such developments, especially in such an exposed site. Interesting to see that they've relayed the line the car park, but those of us who know the area know that nobody parks in it hardly because they prefer to park near the pub because it's quite a way away. And I'm a bit saddened to know that they've decided to take the bottle banks out. There's a national shortage, and certainly shortage in the water of bottle banks at the moment. So that's one other concern I have, and also the loss of the tree is also a concern. I think Councillor Mead picked up the point about the light pollution and the close proximity to the neighbours. So I'll wait to see what the officers' comments are on that.
Right, I'll take Kathy now, then I'll bring Paul back.
Yeah. First, thank you, Chair. It's just we all want businesses to succeed, and we are in extraordinary times. I've still got the reservations that it is encroaching on the Greenbelt again, but I want to focus in on the highways issues. Yes, there is parking off-road, but they still tend to park on the roadside. And I did hear in the gentleman's speech that they'd addressed that. Are you saying that can the highways officers tell me how that's been addressed? Are you proposing to put no stopping or road markings so that people can't park on the highway? I'd be interested to hear that.
Bring Paul in. Paul?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Granger Mead referred to boundary treatments, neighbours and trees. All these matters can be dealt with by condition and will be done. Councillor Turner referred to a green belt. It's a small encroachment into a green belt that doesn't affect openness. It's the minimum that is required for these extensions to go ahead and to secure the viability of the pub. Officers have taken a balanced view on the desirability of the public house remaining a community benefit in view of the uses it has in the local community and for local groups, and supporting employment. So in these circumstances, planning policy allows such limited encroachment. Thank you. Regarding highways issues, I think I'd refer to the highways officer to answer those questions. The information we've been given and the correspondence we've had with highways and the communications we've had with them tell us that the highways DM are now satisfied with the proposal and no longer wish to raise any objections. Thank you.
Have we got somebody from highways?
Through you, Chair. Ryan Kinder calling.
Ryan.
Hi.
Yeah, right, Ryan.
Highway Development Management. Due to the revised scale of the proposal now, the existing car park, with it being lined, is more than acceptable to accommodate a scaled down development of this size. There has been some safety improvements carried out at that crossroads over the years since a number of accidents historically. There's been only 2 slight accidents in the last 5-year period, and none of those were a contributory factor due to visibility associated with the pub. So visibility is good in both directions now. As the gentleman from the applicant stated, they prevented people parking on the front of the pub, which further improves visibility. Based on that collectively, we don't think that weight restrictions are considered necessary at this moment in time. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ryan. Councillor Lawson.
I think there were a couple of other speakers before me, Chair.
Yeah, I'm wishing my time away. Councillor Pinnock.
Thanks, Chair. Would you allow Councillor Turner to speak before me, because he might want to come back on the answers to his queries?
Yeah, can do. Graham?
Yeah, just briefly, the junction's quite well protected by double yellow lines, but they only go so far up the road. And as I said, those of us who know the area really well know that the car park isn't as well used as it should, because they will park beyond the double yellow lines up Dryer Lane. Just going back to the demonstrating special circumstances for viability. Excuse me, on the previous application, we were told it was only viable if we extended it by that large amount. Now it's viable if we reduce the amount. So I'm a bit confused as to which it is. It's either only viable with a large increase in capacity, or it's now viable with a smaller increase. It just seems to be the conflicting information, shall we say.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Pinnock.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, to go back on some things that Councillor Turner has said, I think I can see the justification that the applicants have given for saying now that what they're proposing is necessary in order to keep the business running. I suppose one could say that they thought something else previously and have now revised it. Maybe I'm being charitable, but I think they have made an argument in that direction. And I mean, it is unfortunate if you lose bits of greenbelt, but I do wonder whether the boundary treatment might help both that and the relationship with the neighbours. On a more general point, I do wonder whether the applicants have actually spoken to the neighbours and tried to get them on their side, so to speak. These things are important, and it's something that is in guidance that's given to applicants. Some people don't do it, but as an ideal, it should be done. But it does seem to me that we have a workable solution here that will allow the business to continue and provide the service that it does. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. Just without being too congratulatory, I think this is a kind of a good example of what can be achieved through the committee. This came through with a very kind of inflated, in my opinion anyway, inflated proposal, and that I wasn't very keen on first time around. And then this has come back now full of compromise, where the extent of the development is half of what it was, and we've tightened that curtilage, that red line curtilage around it, so that its encroachment into the green belt is limited. It is within policy, and we do from Andrew Pinnock's comments, we have a workable solution here that allows the pub to exist, provide its community asset, which it undoubtedly is. And just to come back to Councillor Watson's statements, that the idea of resolution here and an answer for both the residents and the business is necessary. And I think the last comment I'd made is that there's on top of that resolution, there's an opportunity here to bring the whole situation back into regulation, and to make sure that we've got a proper eye on it, and it's within our within our gift then to make demands going forward should anything sort of present itself, any issues like highways or any other issues like noise and light pollution. So I'm going to propose that we accept officer's recommendation on this.
Thank you, John. So that's been moved by Councillor Lawson. Any more questions, observations? Anybody wanting to second it? Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to second it. I've listened very carefully, considered it both at previous meeting and this meeting. Clearly, a lot of work's gone into make it policy compliant, and it is obviously a balanced decision. There's factors for and against it, but I think overall the balance is in favour due to the community value in particular. So I will second. Thank you.
Michelle?
Yeah, I was just going to second it, but Alex has beat me to it.
Right, thanks. Right, being moved, being seconded. Any more comments? We'll go to a vote.
Okay, Chair, voting on the officer's recommendation to approve. Councillor Hall?
For.
Councillor Actor? Councillor Actor?
For.
Councillor Dad?
For.
Ranger Mead?
For.
Councillor Lawson?
For.
Councillor Lukic?
For.
The Bays?
For.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Scott?
For.
Turner?
Against.
Thank you.
Right. Next, page 27. This is the Shears at Halifax Road, Hightown. I think it's Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Can everybody see the site location plan and aerial photo there?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So my name is Sarah Longbottom and I'm the case officer for this application. The application site comprises a public house known as the Shears Inn and its associated car park located on the southern side of Halifax Road at Hightown. The site is surrounded predominantly by residential development, although the rear boundary adjoins the green belt. The building is considered to be a non-designated heritage asset and also is registered as an asset of community value. The application is brought to committee due to the significant number of representations which have been received. These are set out and addressed within the report and update. So I'm just bringing up an image now. This is the existing Shears public house, view of the building, and then from the opposite side of the road with the building on the right hand side there looking east. Permission is sought for the demolition of the pub and the erection of 4 detached dwellings. These would have a 2.5-storey scale with private driveways located to the front and areas of private amenity space to the rear, as can be seen in the image here, the site layout. In respect of density and policy LP7 of the local plan, this would be appropriate. However, policy LP7 also states that to ensure the best use of land and buildings, proposals should encourage the reuse or adaptation of vacant or underused properties. The development would not achieve this. In addition, officers have concerns with regard to the demolition of the existing building, which is considered to be a non-designated heritage asset with significant historic interest. The Shears played an important part in the history of the Luddite movement in Yorkshire and the events of 1812. The proposed development would result in the complete loss of the Shears, and the development of 4 dwellings proposed to replace it would not outweigh the harm, in officers' opinion, having regard to the scale of the harm and the significance of the heritage asset. Whilst the applicant has offered some form of monument to the front of the new development, this is considered by officers to be a poor substitute for the loss of the building. The proposed development is therefore considered to be contrary to policy LP35 of the local plan and guidance contained within Chapter 15 of the NPPF. The proposed layout and design of the development is of concern to officers, as it would weaken the quality of the local townscape by replacing a building which currently frames the street with a development set back from the road and dominated by parked vehicles. The development includes front porches and first floor balconies, which are not typical in the immediate vicinity. Although it is acknowledged that the townscape of Hightown is varied, short terraced rows and detached or semi-detached properties in larger plots are more common. As a result, officers consider that the development would not constitute good design, contrary to policy LP 24 of the local plan and chapter 12 of the MPPF. In respect of residential amenity, highway safety and other matters, these are all considered to be acceptable, subject to conditions, if the application was to be approved. To summarise, the development would result in the loss of a non-designated heritage asset, an asset of community value and harm to townscape character. Minimal public benefits would arise from the development to weigh against the harm arising from the loss of the non-designated heritage asset, and the recommendation is therefore for refusal as set out within the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Right, colleagues, we've got no representation, no speakers or anything, so it's over to you. Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. I share many of the concerns of officers. I do have a quick question. This looks to me like a ribbon development on a main road, and I was wondering whether that might be also against policy. Thank you.
Councillor Granger-Mead.
Thank you, Chair. This one is on my ward, and I have been lobbied a number of times about it. There is obviously a great outpouring regarding the shears. It's a historical building, and I don't think 4 houses warrants losing such an iconic building. The officers have actually recommended refusal, and I think the residents also agree with that. I know it's been brought to planning committee because of the number of complaints. I think 433 in total. I don't know if that's a record, but I don't think there's much to be said, because everybody's in agreement that you know, this planning application shouldn't go ahead. So I'm happy to move and go with officers' recommendation on this one. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Michelle. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Chair. I'm a bit at a loss on this one, to be brutally honest. Whilst it does have some historical value, as has been pointed out, it's, when you look at it, it's looking shabby, shall we say, when you look at it on Street View and on various maps. I just find it a bit strange that, and I get the style of houses that they're proposing is out to keep from the area. I get that, and if something could be done about that, that'd be great. So from that point of view, I would support refusal. But I think in an ideal world, a design of house that's acceptable to the local area should be approved at some point. Because what we're going to do with an empty building, I can just see in another 6 months, if it doesn't open, we're just going to get people to then complain that there's a tatty building in the middle of the high street, so to speak. So it's a bit of a strange one, I think. Yes, it has historical links, but if it's not viable as a pub, what does the owner do with it? Does he leave it there to become, fall into disrepair? And then we start to get broken window syndrome creeping into the area. If they come with a better design of houses, I would have been happy to support it, to be honest with you. But that's my opinion. So, yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah. Thanks, Graham. Councillor Pinnock. You're on mute, Andrew.
Oh. I totally agree with the officer's recommendation on this. And it does occur to me whether or not the building, not for any architectural merit, but because of its historical associations, ought to be listed. because it did play a really significant role in the story of the Luddites. As for redeveloping the site, I would have said that if the building is no longer viable as a public house, then consideration ought to be given, and I know this isn't what's before us, consideration ought to be given to converting it to dwellings. Now, how many you could get out of that, I don't know, possibly 2. But it would be a huge loss, not only from a historical point of view, but also the street scene that would be replacing it with houses that are not really in keeping with what is actually a very mixed development all the way down Halifax Road. It is indeed, as Councillor Lukic says, classic ribbon development, and it was against that the planning acts after the last war were designed to try and stop that sort of thing. But we have got ribbon development there at the moment, and I'm not sure we can do anything about it. But certainly, I would like to move the officer's recommendation, but I would like, if it's possible, and it may be done in writing, to examine whether we couldn't, or somebody couldn't, press for listing the building. Thank you, Chair.
Andrew, are you okay with seconding that, because Michelle's already...
Oh, she did. I do apologise. Yes.
Right.
Sorry about
Thanks,
that.
Andrew.
Sorry, Michelle.
No, you're right. Councillor Lawson.
Sorry, Chair, I hadn't realised I'd pressed to speak. However, I do agree with what's been said already. It would be a great loss, and I do agree with what the officer's recommendations are. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I'm erring now towards officers' recommendations. It isn't a ribbon development, but I think we've got where it mentions about historical value, and Councillor Pilkey kindly mentioned about getting buildings listed. It's nice getting buildings listed, but it's up to the owners to maintain them. And quite often they fall into a dilapidated state, which causes even more problems. It's with a heavy heart that I'm recommending. I would also say refusal, but I would also encourage that person to come back with a different design guide of what houses that could be put there. I understand about the historical value and probably looking into it being listed. However, we're also left with the problems. A lot of the listed buildings are neglected. So,
thanks, Cathy. Councillor Taylor. John.
Thanks, Chair. I must confess I agree with Councillor Scott and Councillor Turner. I think, yes, there is some historical value to this property, but again, the point Cathy's made very, very well there about how listed buildings sometimes get neglected, and we can't save every single building. And if there was something being suitable being proposed for this site, I would probably be in support of development. As it stands, I think what is being proposed is inappropriate. But I think, the message from me would be that, come back with something that is more in keeping with the area, and perhaps that would be the way forward. We can commemorate these sites in different ways, and sort of we could look at some way that it could be remembered, but I'm not sure leaving an empty pub to go to rack and ruin is the best way to commemorate the historic events that occurred at that location. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, John. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, and just following up, it is a bit of a mishmash of different housing styles, but there's some about 4 to 6 houses further down that look fairly new that blend in quite well. So, as I said earlier, something that blends in, I would be quite happy to support. And it would be interesting to see how if somebody wants to list it, how that horrible, what looks like a 1970s extension at the side of the flat roof, and is going to get listed. That's it would benefit from taking that down for a start. But it's always easy to spend other people's money, isn't it? As we've often said, it's there's loads of things we all like to keep, but when it comes to it, it's not our money. We don't support them. We don't support it as a pub. Well, that is too far from me, but the people don't support it as a pub, and then they want to save it. Well, it's a bit, we can't have your cake and eat it almost, isn't it? Sometimes, yes, we want to keep it, but well, are you going to pay for it? Well, no, we'll let the owner upkeep it. And we know they don't maintain historical buildings. We know they don't maintain listed buildings. Then somebody has to chase them round and try and get the money to keep them, stop them falling down. So it's always a challenge, is this? But I think if the applicant comes back with a more suitable design, I'd be more than happy to support that design.
Thanks, Jen. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. I will just stress the loss of this building and how important that is. If you live in this area, in Liversedge or Cleckheaton or Heckmondwike, it's a spectacularly important thing. You grow up with this building. It's drummed into you from your school years, and this is part of your heritage. This is part of your culture, this building. So don't underestimate just the significance of this building for the local population. The other thing I would say is that I can point to half a dozen buildings, 18th, 19th century buildings that have been repurposed within a stone's throw of that building. So I get what you're saying about spending other people's money, but I don't buy that you can't do something interesting with an existing building, because I can point to, like I say, half a dozen instances up and down that road. Even I don't have to go very far. There's a small Sunday school that was used probably about a quarter of a mile down the road, with really very, very nice effect, and somebody seemed to have made a profit on that. So I don't see why we can't retain this building if it's going to be repurposed. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, John. Right, decision time. It's being moved and it's being seconded. It's being moved by Councillor Granger Mead. It's being seconded by Councillor Pinnock, and that is to accept officer's recommendation to refuse. So I'll go to Andrea and we'll have a vote.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Actor.
For.
Dad.
For.
Councillor Granger Mead.
For.
Lawson.
For.
For.
Bays.
Muz, you're on mute.
Sorry, for.
Right.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Scott.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
And Councillor Turner.
For.
Unanimous, Chair, refused.
Thank you. Right, next page. 43. This is Smithies Lane, Heckmondwike. I believe it's Sarah again.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Just bring up the slide. Okay. Some members will recall that this application previously came to committee back in August 2018. The application site is located within the Ponderosa Park complex on Smithies Lane at Heckmondwike. The application site in question is the area shown on that slide hatched in red. And it comprises a number of industrial buildings, greenhouses and other buildings used for commercial purposes and craft work associated with the therapeutic centre. The site itself is on land which is elevated in relation to the main Ponderosa complex. The application relates to the erection of 43 dwellings with associated access, parking, landscaping and open space. At the Heavy Woollen Planning Committee in August 2018, members agreed with the officer recommendation to approve the application subject to conditions. And for clarity, the committee report relating to that meeting is attached at the back of the current report as an appendix. The application is brought back to committee as the applicant has failed to agree to the pre-commencement conditions considered necessary and reasonable to make the development acceptable. In particular, these relate to the submission of details for the required phased highway improvement works along the access road to the development. In the absence of these works, officers consider that the development would be detrimental to highway safety and therefore recommend that the application is refused. So the slide before members indicates the 4 phases of the highway improvement works, and I'm not sure, you may have to zoom in a bit actually. So you can just see, I've just sort of zoomed into the top part of the slide. So phase 1 begins at the junction with Norristhorpe Lane, which I kind of zoomed in a bit, that sort of northwestern part there. With the remaining phases running along Smithies Lane up to the site itself. Phase 4 relates to the connection to the strategic route for pedestrians and cyclists through land within the applicant's control and up to public footpath, Murfield 940. Following the committee resolution at the August 2018 committee, the applicant was provided with a list of pre-commencement conditions requiring their agreement. In response, they sought to undertake negotiations with officers in relation to the conditions of the highway improvement works. And just for a bit more detail, those phases are set out within the report. So those 4 phases and the works that were required there. So the conditions related to those phases. The Council's Section 38 team have been involved in producing a preliminary estimate of the cost for the works to bring the first section of Smithies Lane up to adoptable standard, and the applicant has been made aware of this, although no response has been received. The cost estimated for phase 1 alone would only rectify works that have been undertaken incorrectly by the applicant in the past. However, this section is not suitable to be adopted in its current form. As such, it would not be possible for the remaining phasing of the works to be joined into this as is required to serve the development. Just as an additional point, and as set out in the report, in relation to the nationally described space standards, some of the proposed units would fall slightly below those standards. However, in this case, officers have taken into account the balance to be struck, given the green belt setting of the site, the requirement of the new development to have no greater impact on openness than the existing development. And also the original application was submitted prior to the introduction of the space standards. So to conclude, the applicant has failed to agree to the pre-commencement conditions considered necessary and reasonable to make the development acceptable, with particular reference to the required highway improvement works along the access road to the development. In the absence of these works, the development is considered to be detrimental to highway safety, and refusal is recommended as set out within the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Got one speaker, that's Adam Cook. Afternoon, Adam. You've got 3 minutes and it starts from now.
No problem. My name's Adam Cook. I actually live on the site that's in question and lived there for 24 years, so I've no objection to what's going on in the surrounding area. The only concern I have got is I have just bought Ponderosa Business Park at the same time. Now, going back years ago, I know we've had some issues down here before, but one of my biggest concerns today is the council have had the bond for the first section of this, and probably highways can give us some answers on this, but the first section has actually had a bond paid to the council, and this work has not been done. So where me personally don't want to put any more money into the rest of the road, and basically then just where do we stand now, because the council hasn't done its due diligence and done the first part of the road. Well, like I say, with the bond being paid, which has just sort of scuppered our plans to move further on. And that's it, really. There's nothing more I need to say. I'd just like to try and get this approved so we can carry on with this further investment. But it'd be nice just to get highways to confirm. I have actually wrote to highways, but I've had no response back as yet. And that's it. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Adam.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Colleagues, it's over to you. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd just like that question asked then. If the part of the works that was to be agreed and was a bond was paid, is Highways able to answer that question to us now?
Through you, Chair.
Brian, yeah.
Hi. Historically, there's been a lot of ongoing issues with this particular site. Now, the section on the plans that Sarah showed, known to as referred to as Phase 1, that was the section of highway that was supposed to be built to an adoptable standard. When the developer entered a Section 38 agreement with the council, a bond is always paid. The work was started, but was never finished off by the applicant. Now, the council has still got hold of the bond. Unfortunately, the workmanship that went into that Phase 1 was incorrect to be able to adopt it. So the bond money still sits there. However, there's an additional sum of money required from the developer to complete the work known as Phase 1. So the total cost that's been estimated by the Section 38 department, minus the bond that sits in the council's bank account, is what we're left with, required from the developer to provide to be able to finish the work off, if that makes sense. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Turner.
Chair, thank you. I mean, if the applicant's not doing what he's been asked to do on the previous one, and I remember this when you mentioned that we've been back in 2018, I remember going on the site visit, that road is in need of a significant investment. But if they're not doing what they've been asked to do, and they're not prepared, or don't seem prepared at this moment in time to do what they asked to do, then I don't see how we can possibly approve this. And I propose we refuse this application.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm inclined to agree with what Councillor Turner has said. If they're not carrying out what they agreed to undertake, I agree with the officer's recommendation, and I second Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Cathy. Councillor Granger-Mead.
I was just going to second Councillor Turner, but actually I have a similar application on our ward where the developer promised to develop the road, and the houses were built, and we've been 6, 7, 8 years trying to get the road finished off. So I would be very reluctant to enter into any sort of agreement with a developer. I'd like the roads done first prior to any further development. But I'm happy to accept officer's recommendation, and I think this is a lesson for the future as well. Let's get the roads done first, not agree to it afterwards, because it's not fair on the people who actually buy the houses in these areas.
Thanks, Michelle. Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. I'm inclined to, agree with the motion that's been proposed and seconded. It's difficult to tell from that kind of short representation. It would help maybe just to have, confirmation that any additional sum required for the bond has been requested, because you'd imagine it has been with the amount of time that's been passed, but it didn't. It sounded a bit like the representative, Mr. Cook, was unaware of that, and presumably they've spent some money on improving the road, and we're about to refuse a permission or change a decision. So it'd just be helpful to confirm, that the communications have been done as necessary.
Councillor Pinnock.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The clue is in the word, it seems to me, pre-commencement conditions. when the committee granted permission 3 years ago, those conditions will have been quite clear. I am slightly worried that the applicant may not have realised exactly what it was that was required, and I think it would be helpful if we could just have our minds refreshed as to exactly what needs to be done, given that these houses will be in what is a moderately isolated location. That having a decent road surface between Norristhorpe Lane and there is, really quite important. I mean, I agree with the officer's recommendation quite definitely, but I just wonder what. Well, I would also be curious to know what it is that's been done incorrectly. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Pinnock's statements just now. Agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Tainer's appraisal. If the work is not done to an acceptable standard, it's not done to an acceptable standard. It was a pre-commencement condition. Where that leaves the applicant now is not irrelevant, but it is, he entered into an agreement, and that's, we've got to a point now where officers have felt that they can't take this any further. We have to agree with them, in my view. So, yeah, I'll be voting with Councillor Turner's motion.
Councillor John Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. I seem to be the odd one out here. I think what we've done with bringing this to committee today is brought the applicant to realise that something needs to be agreed, and I just wonder whether it is worth deferring to the next meeting to give him an opportunity, because he says he'd written to Highways and had no response. We need to give him a one last chance to say, you've got a month to come up with the agreement, or else we'll sort of refuse the application. He has turned up today, he's spoken. I just think there's an opportunity here that we might be able to get a right thing done. So I don't know how other people feel about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, John. Councillor Turner.
Just in reference to Councillor Taylor deferring, the clues in the title, application number 2015, 6 years. 6 years. If we haven't sorted this out within 6 years, I genuinely don't think deferring this for another few weeks to the next planning application is going to make a jot of difference. 2015 this started. Let's put it to bed once and for all and send a message to the developer. If you promise or sign up to an agreement to do something, then you must do that. Otherwise, your application will be refused.
Michelle, do you want to come back in, or?
No, it would be a shame if the application had to start all over again. I agree with what Councillor Taylor has said. My comments still stand previously, but if there is a miscommunication between officers and the developer, then it would be worth spending the extra few weeks to try and sort that out. And I understand what Councillor Turner has said. It's been a long time in the process. I do get that, but I think another few weeks is neither here or there. If it's a case of, we can get this sorted and the development can go ahead.
Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to wait until Sarah and or Julia has provided more information.
Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that a meeting was held with the applicant some time ago following the previous committee when officers first sent out the list of the pre-commencement conditions for them to agree. Officers have since contacted the applicant to let them know what that estimate was that was undertaken by the Section 38 team and asked for a response, and a response wasn't received. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Julia?
Thank you, Chair. I think as Sarah pointed out, from the officer perspective, we've tried to engage further with the applicant. We've set out the information, we've set out the sort of the issues with what's taken place on site already, the additional cost there. I think as Councillor Turner pointed out, it's a matter of sort of bringing this to a close, and that's why we've brought the application back to members for decision today. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Julia. Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to confirm, based on that additional information, I'm happy to support the motion for refusal.
Right. Any more? It has been moved and it has been seconded to accept officer's recommendation to refuse. I'll go to Andrea. We'll take a vote.
Chair, Councillor Hall.
Abstain.
Councillor Acton.
Abstain.
Councillor Dodd.
Abstain.
Councillor Granger-Mead.
I'm going to go for officer's recommendation.
To refuse. Councillor Lawson.
For.
Lukic.
For.
Councillor Burns.
Me.
Councillor Pervez.
For.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
What?
For.
Councillor Taylor.
Abstain.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Okay, so the application is refused.
Right. Next page 67. This one is Victor.
Thank you, Chair. Victor Grayson, Development Management Master Planner in the Majors and Minerals team. Chair, there was a request for this item to be deferred by the solicitor of a solicitor representing local residents, including Paula Kemp, who sadly died at the weekend. I understand Councillor Scott and possibly other members have also received that request for deferral. So, through you, Chair, would you like to discuss that first, or shall I present?
I did have knowledge prior to this meeting starting from the solicitors and from a fellow councillor. I'm quite prepared to listen to what members have got to say. If they're wishing to defer, I'm quite okay to defer. Anybody?
Steve, if I may, I'd like to move deferral then on that basis.
Yeah. Right, thanks, John. Councillor Scott?
Yes, Chair, it was me obviously that sent the email. These are extraordinary times we're in, and it's a very tragic thing, and I think I would really like to defer this, and members support me in this as well.
Right, I'll go back and bring Julia Stedman in, and then we'll go through a list. Julia?
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, we just want to give our deepest sympathy to the family and friends of Miss Kemp. Officers did have regular dealings with Miss Kemp over the years, and we do extend our condolences to everyone around her. In terms of regarding the request for a deferral, on the grounds that Ms Kent was heavily involved in this application and was a key spokesperson for local residents, members will need to carefully consider the reasonableness of this request in light of the previous deferrals. So members would need to consider whether they have sufficient information to be able to determine the application today and whether determination today would prejudice the interests of any party. As members are aware, this is a third time this application has been reported to the Heavy Woollen subcommittee for determination. And as set out in the committee report, officers consider all matters to be addressed, with the most recent information regarding the adopted highway and junction surveys, which have been in the public domain for some time, and in some cases also been shared with the local representatives, and the applicant does have a right to a decision. Alternatively, the applicant does have the option of appealing to the Planning Inspectorate for non-determination, and costs could be awarded against the council at appeal if it's found that the local planning authority has acted unreasonably by delaying development, which should clearly be permitted having regard to its accordance with development plan, national policy and any other material considerations. But this, of course, it's not a threat to members of the subcommittee or anything like that, but I just want to advise you of the risks of further deferring the decision of the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Julia. Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that was really my only worry about the possibility of appeal for non-determination. I wonder if it might be in order to adjourn and ask if the applicant will agree to an extension of time in the circumstances, just to kind of, remove any possibility of appeal for non-determination, if that might be a possibility.
Councillor Pinnock.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Julia for what she said. And I also make reference to what Councillor Lukic has said. It is obviously a risk, but I think we have the opportunity here to show compassion in these circumstances, and I would like to think that we can. I know this is the third time this has come to committee, but the extraordinary circumstances with which we're faced, I think the best decision we can make would be to defer this under the circumstances, because I don't know how many speakers there were going to be, but a death amongst the group of people campaigning in this way will make it difficult for the others to carry on, it seems to me. So I would like to move deferral on the grounds that I have just outlined. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. I can tell you that there were 6 speakers registered. Councillor Taylor.
I've already spoken, Chair. I moved deferral earlier.
Yeah. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, deferral will be the ideal situation to be in, wouldn't it? And Julie sort of answered the question I was going to ask: is where do we sit with an appeal for non-determination? Since a balance, isn't it? Do we run the risk of a non-determination, which will leave us with as we well know, a huge, great legal bill, and then we potentially lose control of any conditions on the site anyway? So it's a tricky one, isn't it? In an ideal world, yes, I would like to see a deferral, but with a heavy heart, I have to be honest with in my head is, do we run this risk of a big bill and losing control of the outcome of any appeal? So it's a challenging thing, but in an ideal world, I would love to defer, but we have to be aware that there's legalities involved in all this, unfortunately.
Yeah, I must admit, when I was asked about deferring, initial reaction was on what grounds? Because of costs. I don't like doing things adjourning planning committees, same as I don't like doing planning committees on Facebook either, which seems to be the latest craze in some certain parts of Kirklees. So I would bring the solicitor in, Sheila. Yeah. Sheila,
Kathy's got to speak.
Kathy, do you just want to second it, or do you want to speak?
Yeah, Chair, I thought I made, I probably didn't hear me. I wanted to, I did second Councillor Taylor, but I also, my other request was, is there a legal officer that can give us guidance? And I thought, compassion here. We're in extraordinary times. We're holding virtual meetings, and I'm not wanting to set a precedent here, but I think these are extraordinary times, you know. And Councillor Pinnock did say it. This was a key member of a group, and quite often they have to collect themselves together to find somebody else that's going to help and support them through this. So that's where I'm at with that. It's just really, can I have some legal clarity on it?
Yeah, Sheila.
Sandra Haig, legal. I think it is for members to decide. I think Julia has highlighted the risks against non-determination, and and as Councillor Turner said about the lack of control on conditions. There isn't really anything further I can add. It is for you to decide. Julia's highlighted all the things, unless there's anything more that Julia wants to add in what she's already added, because she's raised the concerns that I would have put.
Right. John, and then I'll come back to Julia.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just think it's worth reflecting on the individual. So Paula was a former parish councillor in Emley for many years and has been involved in the community probably for longer than you can care to remember. So I think, you know, the people that were working with her have been, I mean, you know, everybody when they found out about it obviously was, you know, hit for six. The email that was sent to us all talked about there was some issues she was looking into that somebody else now needs to be able to pick up. And clearly they won't have had an opportunity yet to even properly deal with any of that. Because as was said, the death was very unexpected. And I just think we need to recognise and acknowledge that and do the right thing for the people that have, you know, been putting a lot of work into this. That's my view anyway.
Thanks, John. Graham?
Is there anybody from the from Highstones here who we might be able to point us in the right direction? Because whilst again it might be the right thing to do, and as I said earlier, deferral, but if we end up with a whacking great big bill and lose control of the site, is that also the right thing to do? This is a really challenging one, isn't it? As far as I can see, and we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't, almost, aren't we? Sadly, whilst we recognise its compassion, the developer might see it not quite the same way, and as the inspectorate in Bristol might not see it in the same way. And I say there's a lot to gain, and there's also an awful lot to lose, isn't there? Unfortunately, it's really challenging. Unfortunately,
right. Well, I've got the list here. If there's somebody from the developer's side, I'm quite prepared to bring them in and ask them what they're wanting to do, if that's okay with you. All right, but we are doing it in public. We're not doing it behind closed doors. Right. Do you know?
Paul Butler is the agent.
Paul Butler. We'll bring Paul Butler in. Yeah. Right, it's all yours.
Thank you. My name's Paul Butler. I'm the planning agent on behalf of the applicant Highstone. First of all, just want to put our thoughts and condolences out to Ms Kemp's friends and family at this sad time. Unfortunately, in this instance, my client is unable to accept the extension of time or deferral. It's due to contractual timescales and constraints that we can't avoid. The application's been in since April 2020. The deferrals since last November have caused those timescales to run out or on the brink basically. So that's the position we're in. So yeah, I can't give any assurances in that respect today.
Right, no, that's fine, Paul. Thanks for being honest anyway, and at least we know what we're doing.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, colleagues, what do you want to do? Councillor Scott?
I do believe Councillor Lukic possibly was in front of me. Are you all right if I go first, Alex?
Yes, Kathy.
Right, okay. I think this is about relationships, isn't it? Developers working with residents. And I really think that if we are minded to defer, that we bring this back straight away to the next meeting. If it goes to an appeal, it's going to take longer anyway. So my point is, the next meeting, heavy woolen planning, can it be one of the first items on the agenda to make that decision then? Because I do think that this group and this community needs their voices heard.
Right, Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we're in a very sad situation, and you know, with great regret, I don't think I can support deferral, because I think the risk of that being seen unreasonable in planning terms at an appeal is too great, which would have I think, in the way I see it, it has a relatively high potential of leading to an award of costs against the council. So yeah, absolutely no disrespect intended to Ms Kemp's family and friends, but I don't personally feel able to support a deferral.
Councillor Pinnock.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I totally agree with what Councillor Scott has said. There is stuff in the government's pronouncements about planning, talking about community involvement, and I have always believed, starting with members of the public being allowed to speak at committees, to all the other things where people could get involved with planning, that this should be promoted as an important aspect of the planning process, and developers should know that as well. A lot of them, after all, talk very freely about involving the community in developments, and I think, not to put too fine a point on it, this is a way of showing that we are not trying to obstruct development, but trying to get the proper process involved in making the decision. Thank you.
Well said, Andrew. Totally agree. Julia.
Thank you, Chair. I think, like I said, we've all got the deepest sympathy, and like I said, I'm here to sort of advise you of the risks involved. We've just heard from the developer, like I say, they're unlikely to agree sort of an extension to time, so we've got the risk there in terms of the non-determination and potential costs. I think listening to the debate of members in terms of sort of looking at supporting a deferral of the application, I think one of the key points that Councillor Scott and other members have sort of picked up on is sort of you feel that residents' interests would be prejudiced in this case without their key representative there to present the residents. And sort of they've had limited time to pull that information together for themselves. Whilst my presentation at the beginning, I did advise members that as officers we didn't feel any persons had been prejudiced because the information has been in the public domain. Obviously, members, you can take a different sort of view on that. It does come with risk, as we've discussed and pointed out. But I think if you are looking at a deferral, if you look at those residents' interests there being prejudiced. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Julia. Graham?
Thanks, Steve. If we defer this, and I understand the developer may wish to crack on if they like, if they feel that they're going to get a decision today, and understand that. But as Cathy rightly points out, a referral to Bristol will probably take longer. And if we guarantee that on the next planning committee that this is the first on the agenda and we make a decision one way or the other, that's, I think, is acceptable. The previous deferrals have all been for genuine concerns. They haven't been something that we plucked out of the sky. They were all for genuine reasons. So I would be more than happy if they went to appeal to argue the point with an inspector that this is as a not only a mark of respect for a hard-working local resident, but if planning system works, it works by working with people, doesn't it? And it has to be. They have to be involved, and we often hear that coming out of some of the policies of government, don't we? You know, planning closer to the people. Well, we could argue that point, I think, and I think so. I think we can justify deferring it this once, but we must guarantee that it comes to the next meeting. It is number one on the agenda, and it gets decided. Because as I say, we can't defer it again, I don't think. So I'd be more than happy to, if it comes to it, to put my 2 pennies into an inspector and explain why it happened. Because as I said, the previous reasons were genuinely planning concerns. This is special circumstances, and we can build things in the green belt for special circumstances. So perhaps we can defer one for special circumstances.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. And just one other thought, and you're probably well placed to answer this one. If there is a strategic planning committee before the next heavy Woollen planning committee, could this go to that instead? So we're demonstrating to the developer that we're going to get a decision for him as quickly as we're able to, which I think would stand us in good stead again if he did try to take it to appeal. But I don't know when the dates of the next meetings are and which could be next.
Hey, do you know, you bring me so much joy at times. I'm doing briefing for next strategic planning tomorrow.
There you go.
I think there's already a fair bit. Yeah, it is correct. I think there's already a fair bit on it. But obviously, due to circumstance, we can ask for this to be speeded up. Julia?
Thank you, Chair. Our advice as officers would be in terms of considering the consistency here. It's been considered at the Heavy Woollen Committee for the last couple of occasions. So I think it's just that matter of consistency. Like I say, we don't want to sound unreasonable or anything like that, but that would be my advice to members. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's fair for continuity at the same committee hearing it rather than swapping it about from this committee to another. So going to strategic. No. Right. Andrew, do you want to say or can we crack on?
That was the point. That was the point I was going to make, and with Councillor Taylor having brought it up, I hesitated not to suggest that it went to strategic planning. But now I've heard what Julia said. I am not going to suggest it. Thank you.
No. I know planning committees are a great deal of fun, but you know. Right, it has been moved by Councillor Andrew.
No, it wasn't me. It was Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of them things. If they want to take us, they can. For costs, it's up to them. See what it says. But I think Cathy might be right. I think we might have it back at committee before it gets to an hearing. Right. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. I I've just been following the debate that we've just been having, and I think if I were the developer, I would be looking on and recognising how seriously we're weighing this matter, and I would appeal to the developer and say that we have not taken this glibly, we have not taken a decision lightly, and we have not taken it for political expedience or for any other kind of experience to make life easier for ourselves. This is a genuine concern and a compassionate reason that we've used. And I would appeal to the developer to just reflect about how it wants to present itself to the communities that it's building in, and what kind of relationships it wants to have going forward. I will be voting for deferral for those reasons that everybody has just eloquently explained. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lowkitch, and then we are going to a vote.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There aren't currently any further meetings scheduled with this committee. Is there any indication of when the next meeting would be?
It'd be after the meeting of annual council. I haven't got a specific date.
After annual council, we haven't got a specific date for that yet. Right, we're going to a vote. Andrea.
Thanks, Chair. So voting to defer the application. Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Akhtar.
For.
Councillor
For.
Councillor Granger-Mead.
For.
Councillor Lawson.
For.
Councillor Lowkitch.
Again.
Councillor Perez. For. Councillor Pennant.
For.
Scott.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Okay, so the application is deferred.
Right, next page, 111. This is Leeds Road, Mayfield, and I think it's Nick.
It is indeed, Chair. Can you see the slide?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Right. Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the erection of 14 dwellings. The item has been brought to committee at the request of local ward councillor Martin Bolt for the reasons detailed within the report. The site is part of a housing allocation within the local plan, with the remainder of the allocation to the east. This is shown in orange here, with the application being the red line. The site is on the north edge of Mirfield and is to the south of Liversidge and Heckman Wyke. Leeds Road runs along the north boundary. Across Leeds Road, opposite the site, is a commercial garage, cited by the red dot. The land to the immediate south has planning permission for 160 dwellings, with construction ongoing at this time. This image is taken from Leeds Road and shows the site frontage. The site is currently vegetated to the left, just on the edge. The opposite commercial garage can be seen. These images continue to show the current state of the site. None of the trees benefit from tree preservation orders, and many are in a poor state. This image is taken from the public footpath to the site's immediate west. To the right, seen here, is the neighbouring ongoing residential development. The difference in site levels can be seen here, although further from the image point, the sites do become closer in level to one another. Before you is the proposed layout. A new access would be made from Leeds Road, leading to a central access road. 4 units would front onto Leeds Road, however they would be accessed from the rear of the new road. The other units would front the new road and back onto the adjacent residential development in this area to the south that is currently under construction. An area of public open space would be provided adjacent Leeds Road. As mentioned, the site is part of a larger housing allocation. The remainder of the allocation is shown in orange. The new access road has been designed to enable future access into the rest of the allocation. This is to ensure the potential of the future delivery of dwellings. The last photo, and I'll just jump back, so this one. Sorry. The last photo showed the site's level changes to the adjacent residential development. To enable a level development, a gabion wall would be erected partly along the south boundary. This is the boundary with the adjacent residential development and construction, with these images showing a typical arrangement. However, it would fall in height further away from where the image was taken. Dwellings are a mixture of 3 and 4 bed units, with this slide showing the appearance of the dwellings. The 4 beds on the left and the 3 beds on the right. So the report before members outlines officers' full assessment of the proposal. In summary, the proposal would represent an effective and efficient development of the housing allocation, while enabling an appropriate scheme for the remainder of the allocation to come forward in the future. A full set of policy compliant contributions have been agreed, including 3 affordable units and both on and off-site public open spaces. Open space contribution size. Officers have no concerns regarding visual or residential amenity, subject to conditions listed. Councillor Bolt has raised various concerns detailed within the report, including the highways impact. Through you, Chair, I will now invite the highways officer in to outline their assessment.
Yep. Ryan.
Through you, Chair. To summarise the highways section of the report, the proposed development will forecast a traffic generation of 10 two-way vehicle movements in the AM and PM peak periods respectively, with a total of 15 two-way vehicle movements for the site allocation as a whole. So that means when the remainder of the site is built out. It is considered that due to the low volume of traffic associated with this development, the position of the site access is considered acceptable, with any conflict of the adjacent garage considered negligible. In addition, the requirements of a right turn lane into the proposed development is not required. A 3-metre shared footway and cycle lane is proposed and will tie into the existing facility on the adjacent Taylor Wimpey site. It should be noted, however, that this development has no bearing on the adjacent site's footway and cycle lane facilities arrangement, which is a separate ongoing discussion between the developer and the Council's Section 38 and 278 teams regarding its extents. The proposed internal adoptable estate road will be constructed to an adoptable standard, including acceptable gradients. In addition, the connectivity to the rest of the site allocation will be of such that accessibility is not prejudiced. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. Just for clarification, the remainder of the allocation has an anticipated capacity of approximately 8 dwellings. So this application shows 14, the remainder of the allocation approximately 8 for a total in 22. But to repeat, this application is just for these 14 shown now.
Right, thanks, Nick.
I had a few further comments, Chair, if that's all right with you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Other material considerations such as drainage, contamination, ecology have been addressed, and likewise there are no concerns, again subject to the recommended conditions. Across 2 public representation periods, a total of 7 objections and 1 letter of support have been received. The objections have been addressed within the report. Accordingly, officers recommend approval subject to delegation back to officers for the securing of the Section 106 and conditions outlined within the report. Nothing further to add, Chair.
Right, thanks, Nick. Councillor Bolt.
Just turn my camera on, Chair. There we go. Camera and microphone. Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for officers for that explanation. I've got no objection to the development in principle. It is some land which needs developing. But I believe that the results should be managed and delivered correctly. And above all, that there's no risk to health from the disturbance of toxins which have been on that site for many years. The site entrance, as has been said, is immediately opposite Teal's garage, which is heavily used by large goods vehicles and commercial vehicles and used for recovery. When one HGV is on the pump, as many members will have seen passing, others have to wait on the road to ensure that access is okay. What we haven't seen here is a swept path analysis so that members can look at the situation that if there's an HGV coming out of the garage and somebody coming out of the site, how do those interact? Because with the current access, you smack bang on top of each other as you're making those turns. So swept path analysis. Obviously, with the existence or the proposal of the access, one can see residents complaining. You know, it's like people who move next to the church and complain about bells. Officers say that post-planning, the access and road design will be subject to further input and Section 38, and that these will be reviewed as part of highway monitoring. Who will pay for any works that need doing if it's beyond your decision. The site was adjusted once, strangely, to provide access to the small plot of land you saw adjacent, and this is despite the staff being informed that the adjacent site is owned by number 106 Leeds Road, which is Teals, so they own the land and the drive next to it. So if the layout was changed, why not change to move the driveways west and remove any conflict? Officers say Leeds Road has numerous right turns without protected right turn lanes. If this is so, why were all new and modified access points, such as Cadix, Taylor Wimpey, etc., had pedestrian refuge on them? Because based on the available crash data, you could get those developers asking officers for a refund now, because what they're saying is they're not needed on them roads. The A62 in front of this site, as you saw from the pictures then, was not improved when Taylor Wimpey and Caddick resurfaced their sections. Should it be done, should it be conditions as part of this application? Prior to approval, I would suggest, as I have before, that the committee needs to see all the details, and things such as the construction management plan, etc., should be available, because you don't want to be coming back here in some time finding out that developers, if there's vehicles parked on the road, no wheel washers, etc. I'm sure you've got better things to do, Steve, as you've said. So let's see the conditions and let's see people learning from mistakes. Officers say that each dwelling will have a dedicated on-site parking. Is the condition before you that says that a covenant or condition that you can't build on the garages are out? Because we've seen on many developments, before the estate's been finished, people have been putting planning applications in to convert the garages into habitable spaces, and then everybody parks on the road and you end up with chaos outside. We don't want to see other situations where planning enforcement seem powerless. So let's have a look at all that. I strongly disagree with Kirklees' stance with regards to providing play facilities off-site, and in particular on this occasion, suggesting that young children are left to travel into Robertstown Rec. At what age do Kirklees deem that it's safe for children to walk to Robertstown Rec, which incidentally is poorly drained, steep slope, and has got little play facilities? Because neither this site nor the adjacent Taylor Wimpey will have any formal play, thus removing opportunities to families to socialise and form a community. That suggestion by Kirklees means that children will have to travel further than the policy or guideline of 720 metres to access the rec. I've measured it. And to access, children would have to cross Leeds Road, Fountain Street, Fountain Drive, Meadow Drive, John Booth Close or Lum Lane, and Robertstown Lane. Is that safe and reliable for young children? Otherwise, they put them in a car, or they've got to be with the parents all the time, which I'm sure kids will be heartily sick of. The situation with regards to the shared use footway was partially mentioned, but the staff did mention that there was an issue with the adjacent site, which again suggests
30 seconds.
Thanks. Have the conditions been adhered to on the Taylor Wimpey site, and will we get a continuous 3-metre shared use facility? Otherwise, the safety is compromised. Kirklees have got a local plan that demands master planning, and this will be an ideal opportunity. Thanks, Steve. Let's see some master planning and let's see some common sense and learning from mistakes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Martin. Next, we've got Ben Manning. Ben, your 3 minutes starting from now.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to speak today. And it's good to come before you with a recommendation for approval. I know Councillor Bolt made a few comments there, and I don't want to address them all. But I think that the key things that have been addressed there are that there were very few objections to the planning scheme, and those that did come up were predominantly highway related. As developer here, I've employed an independent consultant, Paragon, to do the highway design. That's been then submitted to the council's highway department, and as we've heard already, they seem to think that that's acceptable. As developer, I don't know what else I can do other than employ the correct people and discuss it with the council. I'd like to also say that we've worked
on this scheme, pretty involved with Mia Thomas previously and now Nick Hurst, to achieve many compromises and changes to the scheme to meet their recommendations. The key being density on the site. So, we've changed. You can see we've changed the number of units on the site, and that creates other issues with regard to open space, ecology, and the like. But that has been done with the council's guidance very much in mind. So, without getting into all the detail of the council, so I just want to say that I and my design team have worked in cooperation with the council's planning department, and I'm confident that based on their guidance and their instruction that we've put forward a scheme that can be approved today. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Members, it's over to you. Come on, members, don't be shy. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Steve. Like you said, somebody needs to kick, isn't it? We've heard from the developer there. We've seen the presentation from officers. I can't see any reason to refuse this on planning grounds. So I'm happy to move officers' recommendations and approve this application.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I can't see any reasons to outright refuse this. There are a couple of questions, though. The one that Councillor Bolt came up with, the swept path and the relationship between the entrance of the site and the entrance of the garage, is actually quite an interesting one. I know it's a wide road there, but it is a fast road, and the sight lines are good. But it'd just be interesting to hear from officers, if through you, Chair, if there's anything outstanding that we know about that, and if any work has been done about that. The other thing that I went to visit on site in the snow, because we're that hard in Cleckheaton, and we go and do our business in the snow. The shot from the road front shows, I don't know whether we can pull that up on screen. I think it was the second of the slide you pulled up on screen. There we go. On the right hand side, there's a security fence there, and there's a little blob in front of it. Now, if we zoom in on that little blob, it's a road marker. It's a mile marker. It's obviously of some age. It is cast iron, and it is a mile marker between Bristol and Huddersfield, 6 miles to Bristol, and I can't remember what the Huddersfield one was. It's all got a stone backing, a properly sort of dressed stone backing. Now that's inside the security fence at the moment. These things have a habit of disappearing during development, whether either they get ploughed under or they just go missing. Now, I would like it seen in the conditions that is retained and restored. I hope that's within our gift. I'm sure we'll get advice if it's not. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, John. Any more? My main concern was vehicles getting in and out of Teals, because I pass it quite often. I passed it not long ago this morning. So far it's just been moved by Councillor Turner. Come on, who wants to second it? Who wants to make the name for themselves? Councillor Scott.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Guffey. John?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to second it, but I did ask the question through you about the traffic and the opposite side of the road and the garage. Thank you.
Ryan, can you come back to us about traffic speeds and swept path, please?
Yes, Chair. As outlined in my my summary, due to the level of traffic generated by this development, which is one vehicle approximately every 4 minutes, it's just considered that negligible that they'll give way to each other, as is a common occurrence on many roads of this type and size. As such, we consider that there won't be an issue in that respect. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. And just another point is a condition, if we can, because I think it was a good point that Councillor Lawson brought up, that road marker. Can we make sure that that road marker stops where it's supposed to be? Because I think it's important, especially if you're nosy like I am, to know roughly where you are.
Through you, Chair. I think Nick can come in as well, just to confirm as case officer. But yeah, we could look at conditioning that and include it in the list of suggested conditions as set out on page 135. But Nick, do you want to just come in just to confirm as well?
Nick?
Yeah, through you, Chair. As Julia says, we can add that condition if members so wish.
I think it's important. There's too much vandalism by some developers. I don't mean this one. I'm sure they're very, very nice, but you know, let's just keep watching and keep them on the toes as well. Right, we'll go to a vote. It's been moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Scott. Andrea.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
4.
Councillor Actor.
4.
Councillor Dowd.
4.
Councillor Granger Mead.
4.
Councillor Lawson.
4.
Councillor Lukic.
4.
Councillor Pervez. Councillor Pinnock.
4.
Councillor Scott.
4.
Councillor Taylor. You muted, Councillor Taylor.
It's frozen as well.
Yeah. Councillor Turner.
4.
Okay, so that's carried, Chair.
Thanks. Right, page 137 next. This is Northgate in Cleckheaton, and it's Adam.
Thank you, Chair. Adam Walker, Senior Planning Officer for the Council. This aerial photograph and location plan identify the site in red, and then the blue line on the location plan shows the extent of the town centre. It's a vacant piece of land on the edge of Cleckheaton town centre. Up until recently, there were some derelict buildings on the northern part of the site, which are associated with some historic uses, including a snooker hall and children's nursery. The southern part of the site forms an unkempt area of ground. The site is bound to the north by Scott Lane and to the west by Northgate. The land slopes down from Northgate towards the eastern boundary. The site lies within a mixed-use area. There's a modern retail store to the south, commercial development and dental practice to the east, and residential development to the north and west, along with some light industrial and office uses. The site wraps around 60 Northgate, which is used as office space. These photos show the northern part of the site. The top left-hand picture is looking along Northgate. The picture below that is from around the junction with Northgate and Scott Lane. You can see the building forming 60 Northgate on the right-hand side, and then the two smaller pictures on the right that showing the derelict structures that were on the site. These photos show the southern part of the site, which is an area of scrubby ground. There's a garage and car wash to the east that are set down from the site, and there's a home bargain store and its car park next to the southern boundary. The application is for the erection of 9 light industrial units. There are 6 units in the northern part of the site and 3 units in the southern part of the site. There will be separate in and out access arrangements with vehicles entering the site from Scott Lane and exiting the site onto Northgate.
These site sections give an indication of the scale of the buildings in relation to existing property. The middle drawing shows the site from Northgate, where we've got a row of 3 units, and then that's 60 Northgate on next to it, and you can just see that it's slightly lower in height, so in keeping in terms of its scale. And then further to the right, you've got the 3 units in the southern part of the site, which is set back from Northgate, and as a result of the topography, appear at a lower level. The bottom drawing, this is Northgate and existing buildings on Northgate, and then with the proposed units, that's 60 Northgate behind, and then they drop down with the topography of the land. These perspective views show the proposed development from a westerly direction. We've got a 2-storey building fronting onto Northgate, which will be faced in natural stone and includes areas of glazing and contrasting panels to provide visual interest. There'd be pedestrian accesses to these 3 frontage, and then there's grey cladding to the remainder of the development. Officers have also recommended that the boundary wall to Scott Lane and to Northgate is a stone wall to help tie the development in with the surrounding area. The perspective view on the left of this image shows the rear of the development. You can see the roof slope down at the back to lessen the bulk of the units. And the view on the right is from the north and shows how the development would sit alongside the Home Bargain store. So the proposal is for light industrial starter units. There are already 3 local businesses lined up to occupy 4 of the units, and the applicant has advised that there is also interest in some of the other units. It's expected that a development of this scale and nature could support around 40 full-time jobs, and so there are strong economic benefits to the proposal. The development would also bring some derelict brownfield land back into use. The main issues are whether the proposed development can be accommodated without resulting in any significant harm to residential amenity or highway safety. Light industry falls within use class EG, which covers uses that can be carried out in a residential area without detriment to its amenity. The principle of light industrial use is therefore considered to be compatible alongside residential development. It is recognised that there are residential properties nearby that have the potential to be impacted by noise. To address this, it is recommended that a condition is imposed restricting the level of noise from each of the individual units. The condition would cover the combined noise from vehicle movements, work activity, fixed mechanical services and external plant and equipment from each individual unit. The condition would be set against a maximum decibel level below the background sound level. An additional condition restricting the hours of use to prevent nighttime working is also recommended. Officers are satisfied that with these conditions, it will ensure that noise from the whole site is controlled effectively. Other conditions to address residents' concerns are also recommended, including control over external lighting to prevent undue light spill, as well as a construction management plan. With regards to highway matters, the proposed one-way vehicular access system is welcomed by Highways Development Management because it would overcome potential visibility concerns onto Scott Lane. The nature of the units, which are relatively small starter units for light industrial purposes, means that they are most likely to be served by small to medium commercial vehicles, such as a 7.5 metre panel van. It's acknowledged that heavy goods vehicles would visit the site from time to time, and it has been demonstrated that such vehicles can be accommodated within the site. Officers are satisfied that the traffic associated with the development can be on the highway network. A total of 48 parking spaces are proposed, and this level of parking is considered acceptable for the development, particularly considering its accessibility on the edge of the town. The scale and design of the development would assimilate successfully, having regard to the character of the area. Members will note the amended recommendation in the agenda update, which now includes a Section 106 agreement to secure an off-site contribution to enhance biodiversity. In summary, officers consider that the application is acceptable, subject to the conditions listed in the main report. It is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Adam. Right, we've got one speaker, and that's Colin Berry. Hi, Colin. You have 3 minutes starting at now.
Thank you. This is a representation on behalf of Spen Valley Civic Society. Unusually, for an objection to a planning application, I was going to start with a compliment to the applicant, Mr. Middleton, because we applaud his desire to do something with this key site, which shamefully has remained derelict for about 35 years, despite some of it being in council ownership. However, we consider the proposal for light industrial units to be inappropriate for this location, given its close proximity to the town centre. For us, the obvious use for this site is housing, with particular reference to people who need the opportunity to downsize from large family homes, combined with ease of access to town centre facilities. National and local data identify a significant unmet need for this type of accommodation. It also has the advantage of bringing additional custom alongside life and vitality back to the town centre, with easy access to local amenities without the need for transport. In the past, we have urged, without success, Kirklees Council to take a proactive lead in planning for the overall integrated use of this site, which has additional smaller adjacent sites, which include a sizable plot containing 30 storage containers for renting, which do not have planning permission and are a complete eyesore. They are currently the subject of legal enforcement by the council following a complaint by the Civic Society. Given this site's key position in a prime location adjacent to the town centre, to us there is a clear need for an integrated master plan for the whole area from Scott Lane to Horncastle Street. We request that the planning subcommittee undertake a site visit to appreciate both the potential for this site and the unsuitability of the proposal to locate industrial units in this setting. We further request the deferment of a decision on the application until a site visit has taken place and consideration given to an alternative, more appropriate use, i.e. housing. It will require Kirklees officers to take a lead to work with various landowners and interested parties to produce a master plan fit for purpose and which meets the needs of the community, which is appropriate for this setting, as indeed happens in other towns in Kirklees.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Colin.
I've finished. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Colin. Members, it's over to you. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to echo a lot of what Colin Berry has said, and it also strikes me that this site, above a lot of others, is one which would really benefit from a physical site visit. What is not perhaps clear is that there are some quite severe constraints around the site, which even the imposition of a one-way system in and out of the site don't fully overcome. And I think that if members were able to see the site, it would give them a really much better idea of what we're up against here. I do echo what Mr. Berry has said about this isn't a suitable use for this site. A couple of years ago, some new houses were built on Northgate, on the other side of the road, and somebody remarked to me the other day that there is much more surveillance of what goes on in that street now that those houses And the danger being that if then you are well, how can I put it? People are tempted to do things that they wouldn't do in a residential area. I won't elaborate on that any further. So housing, to me, would be a better bet. And the fact that there is no comprehensive redevelopment plan for the site, this site, for all this land between Northgate and Bradford Road, between Scott Lane and Horncastle Street, is a great pity. There will be bits of land that are left out of that as a result of this. What's worse actually is the highway situation. Those who know the area know that Scott Lane is actually really quite narrow, and Wycliffe Road, which is the extension of it, is not that wide, but it's made less wide because there's nearly always lots of parked cars there. And coming out of Northgate onto the Scott Lane Wycliffe Road junction, the visibility to the right is not bad, but to the left it's almost non-existent. And some people will come out of this site onto Northgate and then turn right, and then they're faced with another turn at this junction which has got poor visibility, either to the right down Scott Lane onto Bradford Road, or to go up Wycliffe Road. It's not really very satisfactory, I don't think, and I endorse what has just been said in Mr. Berry's presentation about a site visit, because I think that you can't see it all. Incidentally, the whole site's been cleared recently, so you can see what canvas, as it were. The thing about biodiversity, which I'd just like to say, that on site the developers can do what they like, and physically don't encourage biodiversity. It's not really clear what that means. I am, because I think housing should be on this site, I would possibly have moved refusal, but I think what I'm going to suggest is moving deferral, so that we can make a physical site visit, hopefully in the not too distant future. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. And I went on there on Monday because I were working in Cleckheaton and had a look, and I've got to say, I wouldn't like to think I were driving something like an 18-ton wagon around Northgate and Scott Lane, and especially trying to get out, turning right on Bradford Road and heading off to Whitman. Like, it'd be terrible. I understand what you mean about houses. It's an ideal site, but unfortunately, this application's not for houses. It's like what we want and what we get doesn't always happen at this committee. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Steve. I was about to say the same thing. We're not discussing what we'd like there, are we? Otherwise, we'd never get through any planning committee, because I don't think we get many applications. It's exactly what we want in life. So, whilst it may be a good housing site, that's not what we have before us, is it? We have an application for industrial units, and as Mr. Berry pointed out, this has been derelict for 35 years, and it seems a bit strange to when something's been, and I'm looking on Street View, and Andrew says it's been clear, which has got to be a blessing, because it looked like an absolute dump prior to being cleared. So we've got somebody after 35 years that comes forward with a plan. Whilst it might not be perfect, it might not be what we want, but it is what's before us today, and it is better, I think, than what we've got. And as I said, we can't have what we always wish for. So I'm quite happy-ish to move acceptance of this.
Thank you, Graham. Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. I have visited the site. I also experienced the snow at Mayfield, but I did visit this site as well. It is a very tricky one for us to consider because we have to look at obviously the application in front of us. And when you're at the site, I had a really good. I felt I had to have a really good walk around that neighbourhood because to really appreciate the setting of it, it's got a wide mix of uses, and obviously the highways surrounding the site as well. My first impression when I got there was, you know, why isn't this being proposed for housing? Obviously, the report says at pre-application stage that police architectural liaison officer kind of put the applicant off that idea, which I think is regrettable, to be honest. There's housing all surrounding it, so I don't see why not. But I'm actually struggling to see, you know, compelling reasons why this particular application would be inappropriate. And you know, on the overall planning balance, I think I agree with Councillor Turner. That, you know, we should support you know, that we should approve this application in front of us. You know, maybe they'll come back with another application for a different type of development. You know, that's up to them. Even if we do approve this, they don't have to implement it. But the actual but on this application, I think I'll second the motion for the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Mead.
Thanks, Chair. I just think this application is the wrong application in the wrong place. I think it's one that you know, as a committee we would hugely regret 10 years down the line. We've talked in the past about putting retirement homes near town centres. To me, this is the perfect location for that. You know, you could walk to Cleckheaton Town Centre on a level. It's absolutely perfect for that sort of development. You know, it is a shame about the police report that has put the developer off. But I do wonder, as there's already a lot of residential properties in the area, you know, have they been affected by this probation building that's close by? I don't even know where it is exactly. But if they haven't been affected, then it really shouldn't be putting the developer off. And I wonder if the developer has, you know, he's got this land and he needs to get some money back, and has decided that you know, just to do something, even if that something is not the right thing for the plot. And I don't know the developer, and I don't know what discussions he's had with planning, and maybe Andrew Pinnock could let us know if it's a case of, you know, the developer would rather do retirement properties if it wasn't for this police report. I think this is too early to make these decisions on this land, and I know it's the application before us. I just don't like this application. I think it is definitely in the wrong place, and I think it would be hugely regrettable if we went ahead with it. So on that basis, I'm probably going to end up refusing this application. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. Some of you might already know this site, especially Councillor Pinnock and I, and those of you who use the GMB office in the centre of Cleckheaton, you'll be very familiar with Northgate.
I don't know what that is, John.
There's a few issues that I'd just like to raise, though. One is the enforcement of the noise conditions. This is something that's tested this committee constantly over the last decade I've sat on it, is who polices these noise issues? Well, the public do. They complain, and it makes their lives miserable, and we never really get to the bottom of it. So front-loading these decibel levels is all very well and good, but policing them is an absolute nightmare. So I just throw that into the mix to start with. That and its proximity to the existing residential use. pops up an obvious problem where you're actually designing a conflict between residential and business, and that's always something that I believe that we shouldn't really be doing intentionally. The proximity of the residential properties also poses something interesting as well, is that Councillor Pinnock mentioned that actually what's happening down there is residential properties are increasing. Developers are increasing the amount of residential properties that are going down there. The last one that went down there was the Housing Association one. And as an aside, I spoke to the developer when they were down there. And we looked at that piece of land enviously, and he said, yes, the Housing Association would be just absolutely cock-a-hoop if we could build on there. So you can see that there's that desire just from other developers and the councillors and the civic society that there should be housing on there. Councillor Granger Mead's point about housing for the elderly in that location is backed up because of the previous development of the sheltered care just 200 yards away. And again, she's bang on the money though, with it's flat straight into the town centre, and it pulls people into the town centre who otherwise might feel a little bit isolated should they be posted elsewhere. So we've already got quite a few reasons there. The other thing I would say is that I flat disagree with the police architectural liaison officer. That facility was built in a residential area. So the area was residential before the facility was even installed there. So to say that it shouldn't be any more residential, I think it's just a little bit illogical. I think if they chose to build it again, they might choose to build it somewhere else, but that's not what we have on the ground here. So all of those things. Oh, the one last point I would say is that the one-way system, in its function, drives traffic into a very old-fashioned, if you like, town centre. Narrow streets, sharp corners, large vans often go over pavements on the corners to turn left and right. Lots of people in there, young and old, small families. Mixing those kinds of levels of traffic and those kinds of levels of pedestrians in that kind of proximity to me seems like a bit of a non-starter. We shouldn't really be designing in these difficulties without a bigger picture in view. So when Councillor Pinnock says we should defer for a site visit, I think we would welcome you with open arms to Cleckheaton, and hopefully we've lifted a little bit our restrictions by then a little. But yes, it deserves a site visit. This is one of those ones that really does deserve a site visit. So I would urge you to defer. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, John. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Lawson and Pinnock have said quite a lot. What I was going to say, I do think consideration should be given to the residents there. With industrial estates, traffic and larger vehicles, noise is going to impact on the existing residents. And I think it's absolutely right what you said, Councillor Pinnock and Anne Lawson, about the narrow streets in that area. If you have the time to go to Cleckheaton, I think a site visit is important. Obviously, the office that you mentioned, I have been in and out there, and I've shopped in Cleckheaton quite a lot, so I am aware of where it is. And for me, it's not the right site. Unfortunately, we are where we are with this application, but I am supportive of a deferral on this. We do need to look at housing for this site, extra care facilities. It's an absolutely fantastic place for it. I know it's this application in front of me, but there was also the on this application, it talked about samples of materials on the facings of it. We have major issues regarding cladding now, which is high emphasis that they're asking people to demonstrate that it's safe and things like that. So I think a site visit, I always like site visits. This one I did look on Google Earth, which I will admit to, but I want to go on a site visit to it. I probably know it anyway. So, but yeah, I'll second it if nobody seconded Councillor Pinnock. I think probably Councillor Lawson did.
Councillor Andrew Pinnock.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to. I didn't actually get round to moving deferment actually, but I will, if you like. Now it's been seconded, as it were. I do think that it would members would benefit from seeing the site, both Councillor Lawson and I have spoken quite volubly about the unsuitability of this development, and Councillor Granger Mead has backed that up. I just think that if it's not possible to refuse it on the grounds that we could get something better, that's probably not a good planning reason. But it's what I think. But at the very least, I think members should have the opportunity to look at the site and consider whether, as I explained earlier, and as Councillor Lawson has backed up, that the movement of larger vehicles around the surrounding roads would be detrimental to all sorts of things. So I make sure we've got enough people to move deferral.
I'm going to say you've already moved it, Andrew, actually.
Yes, yeah. Sorry.
No, you're right. Julia, and then we'll see if we can have a vote.
Thank you, Chair. So I think members, you've touched on it a number of times in terms of it's an unallocated site. So in terms of I suppose to put it sort of bluntly, it's not a housing allocation. So we need to, as you say, we need to be assessing what's in front of us at this moment in time. As set out in the report, various consultations have been carried out with our sort of internal and external consultees, where subject to conditions, no objections are raised there. In terms of the consideration to defer the application to enable members to undertake a site visit. I think just to make it clear, that would be individual members taking out or undertaking their own individual site visits to the site. Like I say, at this moment in time, there haven't been any formal arrangements put in place for, as you're aware, we used to have the sort of the minibus which took members around all in one go, but I think you just need to have that in mind if you are looking at a deferral on sort of a site visit. Once again, we're coming back to the reasonableness of this and sort of the delay in a decision being made. So just some pointers to have a think about if you are looking at deferring the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Julia. Yeah, I mean, people asking for site visit, I think, like I say, I work there, so I see it whenever I can, whenever I want to go home that way. It is difficult. It's not really suitable for 18, 20 ton vehicles, which is size that we're talking. But there we are. We don't know when this coronavirus is going to go away, when we're going to be able to be going round and there's little trips around Kirklees on a minibus. So it's up to you if you want to go and have a look yourself. But we've got two motions on the table. It was moved first off by Councillor Turner and seconded by Councillor Lukic in favour of officer's report. So we'll have to take that one first. So I'll ask Andrea and we'll go to a vote. And this is for the officer's recommendation.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Hall.
Abstain.
Councillor Axel.
Abstain.
Councillor Dodd. Councillor Dodd.
Was that John Lawson?
Sorry, I thought I'd unmuted. Sorry, Andrea. Against.
Councillor Granger Mead.
Against.
Councillor Lawson.
Against.
Councillor Lukic.
For.
Councillor Kirklees.
Josh, you go.
Councillor Bays.
4.
Councillor Pinnock.
Against.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
Abstain.
Councillor Turner.
4.
Okay, so that's 3 for and 5 against. So that motion falls. So if you want to, should we move to the
deferral? Right, so that's fallen. So now we move to the deferral.
Councillor Hall.
4.
Councillor Acton.
4.
Councillor Dadd.
4.
Councillor Granger Mead.
4.
Councillor Lawson.
4.
Councillor Lukic.
Against.
Councillor Bays. Councillor Bays. Councillor Pinnock.
4.
Scott.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
Abstain.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Okay, so that's 2 against and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deferral. So that application's deferred, Chair.
Right, so that's deferred. Next page 153. We're going back to Addison's electrical warehouse at Huddersfield Road, Dewsbury, and it's Josh.
Thank you, Chair.
Josh, you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, just sorted out.
Right.
So, thank you, Chair. Josh Kwok, Planning Officer of the East Team. This application is brought to Heavy Woollen Planning Subcommittee at the request of Councillor Lukic. The reasons for the committee requests are set out in paragraph 1.2 of the report. 3 representations were received following the statutory publicity. The application seeks permissions for the change of use of an existing trade counter retail unit to a function room and a store. The extent of the application site is outlined in red in the location plan to the left, as you can see where the curve is circling. An aerial photo showing the site and its surrounding is provided to the right. The site is at the edge of Dewsbury Town Centre, but given the development concerned is not a main town centre use, the impact on town centre vitality and viability is acceptable. The principle of reusing the current vacant building for an alternative viable non-main town centre use could be supported. As could be seen in these drawings, there will be no major alterations to the existing building on site. The overall impact of this development is acceptable from a visual amenity perspective for the reasons already given in the committee reports. There will be 34 parking spaces available within the application site for the guests of the function room. The floor area of the function room is now reduced considerably to address the reasons for refusal in relation to the previous application. The function room would have a capacity of to accommodate up to 200 guests, as opposed to 400 guests in the previous application. The photo at the left-hand corner shows the front elevation of the building. At the top right-hand corner, this one, is the photo showing the vehicle access of the site from Webster Hill. The photo at the bottom show another vehicle access on Central Street. In terms of impact of residential amenity, given the site is surrounded by mostly commercial development, officers consider the impact is likely to be low and acceptable. If members are minded to grant permission for this development,
a condition will be imposed to restrict the level of noise resulting from this development. The photo to the left shows the view from Central Street. As could be seen in this photo, the street is characterized by mostly industrial developments. There is no TRO on each side of the road. Furthermore, given the suitable location and hours of use of the function room, officers satisfied the shortfall in parking provision identified in the committee report could be on balance acceptable on this occasion. The floor area of the current proposal would be smaller than the refused scheme. The reduction in size of the function room would naturally limit its capacity to an extent that would satisfactorily address the highway safety concerns raised previously. So if members are minded to approve this development, 4 conditions will be imposed to mitigate the impact on highway safety. To conclude, the proposal is considered to be compliant with the relevant policies in the local plan. The benefits of bringing a vacant building back into viable use would outweigh the modest impact resulting from the shortfall in parking provision with regard to all other material considerations. Officers' recommendation to members is therefore for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Josh. We've got one speaker, and that's Hamish Gledhill. Hamish, you have 3 minutes starting from now.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Hamish Gledhill. I'm a planning consultant acting on behalf of the applicant. The proposed development will see the reuse of a prominent building at the gateway to Dewsbury Town Centre. In the current economic climate and the change in shopping and working patterns, where more and more people will be shopping and working from home, there is a significant chance that buildings and sites such as this could lie vacant for a long time. There is a risk they will fall into disrepair and detract from the character of the area, as well as attract antisocial behaviour. The proposed development will provide a sustainable long-term use for this building and site. We understand the concerns about highways issues, but since this application was submitted, the size and capacity of the development has been reduced significantly to ensure there are no car parking issues associated with the development. For the regeneration issues I've mentioned above, it's in everybody's interest for this development to be successful and acceptable. The applicant has provided a detailed event management plan to support this planning application. A key part of this is that when a booking is made for the venue, one of the first discussions will be about parking arrangements, and parking permits will be issued for the car park. As part of the package, maps of the area will be distributed, identifying areas for additional parking if it is required. As the events will be at weekends, the surrounding employment sites will not be in operation, meaning there is capacity for on-street parking on George Street and Central Street if required. It will be made very clear that no one should park on Pinfold Lane. An event day warden will also be present on site to ensure the agreed parking arrangements are followed. The event day warden will police the car park as well as monitor the arrival of guests and ensure they are not parking in areas where they shouldn't. It is, however, important to note that a reduction in capacity for the venue means most, if not all, the guests travelling by car should be able to park in the car park. As this is a sustainable location close to Dewsbury Town Centre, guests will also be able to travel by public transport. It should be noted that there are other similar venues in Dewsbury Town Centre where no bespoke parking is provided. We commend the officer report, with which the update provides a comprehensive assessment of the proposed development, and I hope you will see the benefits of this development and approve this planning application. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Hamish. Right, members, that's it. It's over to you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Chair.
I'm top of the list.
Sorry? Oh,
I indicated to speak at the start of the item.
Right, go on.
Thanks, yeah. I just wanted to expand a bit on my reasons for referring this to committee. So I misspoke slightly earlier. I initially requested the referral back in June last year. The case officer then changed on the application. The quote you've got in the report is from March when I I reworded my referral request. So the amenity of residential neighbours on Pinfold Hill, the condition about inaudibility of noise, I think addresses that sufficiently. The parking situation, I do have concerns about. There are several other wedding venues in and around Dewsbury Town Centre, such as the Orchid, Aitlands Banquet Hall, the Courts and Dewsbury Town Hall itself. Between those, if all are operating at the same time, you've potentially got over 2,000 guests. But I don't think that the cumulative parking need of all these venues has been assessed. Obviously, we do have public car parks as well, but I don't think they, I think they would struggle if we just keep, increasing the number of venues in the area that aren't providing their own parking. Obviously, the venue itself has been reduced to 200 guests. I would like to ask for a bit more clarification on how that will be monitored, the 200 guest limit. The parking, so I had a look at the proposed parking management plan. I'm very surprised that alternative parking is being proposed on George Street, which is a very narrow street, and you can barely get two vehicles past each other. I can't see how you could park on there without completely obstructing the footway, for example. So I think that's a wholly inappropriate plan. I'd have been a lot happier if, for example, a resident permit scheme would be proposed for Pinfold Hill, because obviously they can ask guests as much as they like not to park there, but they can't necessarily enforce it. It would be unenforceable unless there was a permit parking scheme there. Finally, the temporary permission. I quite like that idea of the temporary permission, but I think 3 years is a bit too long for it. If it does cause, significant parking issues or for a residential amenity, I think 3 years is a bit long to accept that continuing. So I'd be a bit happier if it was shorter at 2 years, for example. I'd just like to see particular clarification on the parking, particularly on George Street, and the cumulative effect of all the other venues in the area. Thank you.
Yeah. Michelle. Can you drop it down, because I can't see it from here?
It's Kathy now.
Right, Kathy.
Thanks, Chair. Obviously, Councillor Lukic mentioned some things. Can I just say I'm absolutely disappointed with this. I don't see any change in what's being proposed. And I'm very disappointed in the photographs that the officer has displayed to you, because the entrance coming from Pinfold Hill and Webster Hill, you didn't have a true image there. And luckily enough, quite a lot of you that are here today were here before us when we went on the site visit, so you were able to see. The other access is very deceiving. It's very near a council office, so access from the top road is quite dangerous, not far from a mosque where also a lot of vehicle parking. And then there's the council depot on George Street where they're proposing to park, so you've got heavy goods vehicles going there. Now, I want every business to succeed. However, I think this is a lovely business and a nice idea. The internals of the building, I'm not interested in. The safety and the residents around there, that consideration for them with this, I think, is being missed. So for me, I'm moving refusal of this application. I don't think it's in the right place. I want the business to succeed, but not in that location. So that's all I've got to say for now.
Thanks, Kathy. Graham.
Thanks, Chair. And as Kathleen rightly pointed out, we did go on a site visit on this some time ago. I have a few concerns. It says park on George Street. Well, who's going to be issuing the tickets? Because George Street has double yellow lines down both sides. Most of them have worn away. And you look on Street View, and the ice cream van, when it goes through the bridge, the road's barely as wide as the ice cream van. So there's no way you can park on George Street, apart from the fact that, as I said, the double yellow lines are on both sides of there, and they have worn out. But it isn't wide enough. So that's a nonsense. 200 seat capacity or 200 capacity with 34 car parking spaces. So we're assuming that if they're going to use a car park, 5.88 people are going to be in each vehicle. Well, we all know that's nonsense. So there's going to be a lot more cars in that area. We know what difficulty we had on that bus getting out onto the ring road. When all and like all things, when you have an event, the start of it is not important because people drift in. But if it finishes at 10 o'clock, it finishes at 10 o'clock, and you get everybody coming out at once. And trying to get all that traffic onto the ring road is going to be a nightmare. So I just don't think it's been thought through. Reduce the capacity. How they reduce the capacity? Has the building shrunk? Has the building shrunk since last time? So how are they going to reduce the capacity? It's the same building on the same site with the same problems. Nothing's changed for me. So I'm sorry, I totally support Councillor Scott. Much as we want business to survive, much as we want to drive economic development, it has to be done in the right place for the right reasons at the right time. And this meets none of those as far as I'm concerned. So I will second Cathy.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, a lot of the points I was going to make have already been made just by Cathy and Graham. I too have concerns about access. I too have concerns about capacity locally, and it doesn't feel like the right place for a function room, to be honest. So I would be supporting refusal.
Thanks, John. Councillor Granger-Mead.
I would struggle to accept the fact that this can be monitored with restrictions to 200 people. I just don't think that's going to happen. I mean, the place is massive. We went inside, and you know, there's going to be the temptation by the business owner if he can get an extra 100 people in. Part of the reason for accepting this is because, by officers I mean, is because they are assuming that people are going to park in the centre or they're going to catch public transport and walk to the venue. I mean, it's not going to happen. People are going to be, you know, in their wedding attire, in high heels, whatever. They're not going to walk from Dewsbury Town Centre up to the venue. I've also been witness to I think it's the Orchard Banqueting Suite, where I once dropped my daughter off, and they went. I mean, the banqueting suite was for an event. I think it was NCS, and it wasn't at full capacity, and it was absolutely chaotic. It frightened me, actually. I thought my car was going to go. There was just like cars everywhere, reversing out onto the main road. This is just not the place for such a large venue, and I think it's going to be a lot bigger, isn't it, than the Orchard Banqueting Suite, even if they say that they're only going to have 200. I doubt very much they're going to stick to that. Yeah, so that's all the points I was going to make. Thank you.
I think thing is with it, when it were Alison's showroom, I used to go there. And it's gradual traffic in, gradual traffic out. It's not, you know, right, wacky races time, it's 11 o'clock, we're shutting down, go home. Big difference. Councillor Luke.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to second Councillor Scott's proposed refusal because I don't think it's been formally seconded yet.
Yeah, Graham did actually. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to swim against the tide here a little. I'm a little bit nervous because I'm not hearing, other than some of the traffic safety concerns about closing times and what have you, I'm not hearing a lot of material reasons to actually refuse this application. I know that when we looked at it, there were a lot of people set to use that site, and we were quite rightly worried about parking. Some of those issues still exist. Are they things that can be ironed out with further work? I think maybe they could, but I'm just a little nervous that I'm hearing a lot of I don't like it, but I'm not hearing a lot of reasons to actually refuse it. Personally, I think if we were to go ahead and accept it, I think Councillor Lukic mentioned that the 3 years to 2 years trial would be something that we'd look at. I'd say possibly even further and make that a year, and just to see what kind of issues and how issues were managed, how they were marshalling their own traffic at the end of an event and that kind of thing. So I'm not about to jump in straight into the refusal on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, Councillor Lukic again.
Thank you, Chair. Just responding to Councillor Lawson, I think the main reason that we're looking to refuse is highway safety and insufficient parking provision, because the site doesn't have enough parking for the number of guests proposed, and public parking. There's already, more than the capacity of the public car parks in other event venues in and around Dewsbury Town Centre.
Julia.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought I'd just come in now just to sort of expand a little bit on the sort of the recommendation put forward by officers. So in terms of the recommendation and the 3-year temporary period suggested by officers, in terms of the 3 years, and the reason we're recommending a temporary so that we can assess all of these matters over that period of time whilst it's in operation. So like I said, we've fully heard and understood like the concerns regarding highways, but like I say, we feel that it would be appropriate to be able to assess that over the time when the premises were open. In terms of the suggestion for the 3 years and not less than that, what officers had in mind is that at this moment in time with the COVID restrictions, it might be another sort of say 12 months or so before the premises were operating at that full capacity. So we wanted to sort of be able sort of understand if there were going to be any implications when it was working at that full capacity. So that was the reason why we'd recommended the 3-year temporary period there. So I'll leave it at that for this moment in time. Oh, and I suppose just coming back to Councillor Turner and the size of the premises, the overall footprint has been reduced in size in terms of what, like the number of covers, what would be sort of accommodated within the building. So they have reduced the sort of the extent of the building to be used for the proposed use here. But I think by 188 square metres, if I'm correct there. So yeah, the site has reduced in terms of the usable area for public and guests coming into the site. So yeah, those just a few points just for consideration as you're debating the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Julia. Graham.
Just following up what Kathy's put there, a highways issue is a reason to refuse, so we can do that. I still don't quite see how the buildings got smaller, but anyhow, we'll live with that. One of the problems I always have with when we say we'll do this for a certain length of time is we've done this a new number of times, and I have yet to see us ever go back to very many, if any, that I can remember, and say we don't like what you're doing, stop it. So there's that temptation for, and I'm not saying this operator would do that, they're probably really decent people, but the temptation is to be really good for 3 years, and as soon as you get full permission, then to let rip. So I'm always a bit suspicious about when we say be good boys for a few years and then we'll give you full permission. It's for me, it's either we either approve or prove it or dismiss it, but I don't like this. Well, we'll see how you behave over a few periods, because as I say, I can't remember the last time we went back to anybody and said they were misbehaving or we didn't like what they'd done. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Thanks, Graham. Kathy, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to be clear on this. It is a highways issue that I keep bringing up, and it's about traffic egressing onto Webster Hill. Now, believe me, take it from a local councillor that has the knowledge, that travels up and down Webster Hill. You have traffic lights and they're queuing, tailing back constantly. So traffic going into that site and coming out would cause gridlock, absolute mayhem and gridlock. That is the reason that I have. Regarding the covers, I don't believe it reducing the covers, because they can say they'll reduce a cover, you can extend a cover. You can do what you want basically once you've got planning permission. So I can't patrol that. But my issue is not the business. It's just in the wrong place. It's a shame, absolute shame, because I want the investment. But it's Webster Hill coming out of there onto the main road where the traffic's queuing. It's a nightmare as it is. So that's where I'm at with it. So I'm still moving refusal.
Yeah, don't blame me, Cathy, because I was just about to say, actually, on highways grounds, you're a spit away from traffic lights. So they're regularly backed up, no matter what time of day or night it is. So trying to empty a car park in one fell swoop, you can't do it. They're going to be stuck there for ages. Right. Julia wants to come in just to clarify.
Thank you, Chair. So I think in terms of listening to the debate and the comments and sort of the final comments by Councillor Scott just then, just to, I suppose, sum up before you move to a decision. So like I said, you've got the serious concerns regarding sort of the highway safety and the impact on the local highway network. So are members thinking something along the lines of the applicants failed to demonstrate that the proposals would not have an unacceptable adverse impact on highway safety and the operation of the local highway network. So therefore, contrary to policies LP21 and LP22 of the local plan. So that's just something just to sort of have a think about there, whether you think that sort of covers some of the main points, what members have been debating before you move to a decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Julia. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that is exactly the wording that we want. And let's face it, some people will go out another way, quite possibly. But the only trouble with that is you then get involved in some relatively narrow roads, and the majority of traffic will try and get out onto the main road. And as Councillor Scott has just pointed out, you're right close to traffic lights. I just think it's a non-starter, and it's not highway safety so much as, although it is a bit of that, it's the proper operation of the highway network is the problem. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Andrew. Oh, Councillor Lukic again, come back.
Yes, through you, Chair.
Talk more to you today than what I've done my wife.
Okay. Julia, I think I agree with what Julia was saying. There's the overall issue about the overall parking provision, lack of available parking in the area with the existing demands on it from other venues. Should that be incorporated? Just seek some clarification, please.
I'm not too bothered about other venues. I'm just concerned about this. I don't think you can really bring those into it. Right, on this, it's been moved and seconded for refusal. So we'll go to Andrea now and we'll take a vote.
Okay, Councillor Hall.
For refusal.
Councillor Actor. You muted, Councillor Actor.
Mahmood, you're muted.
Yeah. Abstain.
Same.
Councillor Dad.
Abstain.
Councillor Granger Mead.
Against officer's recommendation.
So you're voting for refusal, yeah. Councillor Lawson. Yeah.
Abstain.
Councillor Lukic.
For.
Councillor Pervez.
Abstain.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Scott.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Turner.
For refusal.
Okay, so the application is refused.
Right. Next page, 165. and this is Pen Drive, and it's Josh.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just one moment. My PowerPoint comes blank again. Right, okay, it goes to the right screen this time.
Yeah, we got you.
So this application is brought to the Harvey Woollen Planning Subcommittee at the request of Councillor Kath Pinnick. The reason for the committee requests are set out in paragraph 1.2 of the report. There are 7 written representations received following the statutory publicity. The application site is outlined in red in the location plan to the left. An aerial photo of the site and the surroundings is provided to the right. This neighborhood is characterized by a mix of house types. The buildings nearby are constructed with various materials as well. The application site is the proposal is for the erection of a first floor extension and alterations to form first floor accommodation. The existing elevation is shown to the left, whereas the proposed elevation is shown to the right. The ridge of the bungalow will be elevated by approximately 1.2 meter from the current level. To the side of the enlarged bungalow will be a dual pitch roof extension with a garage on the ground floor and a playroom on the first floor. The existing floor plan is shown on the top of the slide, whereas the proposed floor plan is shown at the bottom. So the number of bedrooms would be increased from 3 to 4 as a result of this development. The existing floor plan, the photo at the top left-hand corner shows the front elevation of the house. The run directly below is taken from the adjacent electricity substation. At the top right-hand corner is the view of Penn Drive. As can be seen in this photo, the land level drops gradually toward the junction. There are various house types on the road. The rear elevation is shown in the photos at the bottom right-hand corner. In terms of the impact on visual amenity, it can be acceptable for the reasons already set out in the committee report. The separation distance between the enlarged house and those surrounding it will remain the same as existing. Overall, officers satisfied the residential amenity impact arising from this development is not unduly detrimental. There are no issues in terms of highway safety and parking. To conclude, the proposal is acceptable in relation to the relevant policies and guidance in the local plan and the National Planning Policy Framework. It is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Josh. We've got 3 speakers. First off is John McLeod. Right, John, you've got 3 minutes and it starts now.
Thank you very much. I'm John McLeod. I'm son-in-law of one of the 8 objectors, Mrs. Elaine Holt, who's asked me to speak to Rogers and Rob and Jackie Winslade. Chair, we urge members to vote against the officer's recommendation. We have an application that is not supported by the NPPF, despite claims to the contrary. In truth, para 118E of the NPPF is designed to promote the use of airspace above existing premises to create new homes. This is not a new home, it is an extension. We also have an application whose design breaches even the new permitted development rights regime. The new regulations say at paragraph 2 that to comply, I quote, the development must not include a window in any wall or roof slope forming a side elevation of the dwelling house, but the plan before you, titled Proposed Elevations, so it shows 6 windows on one side elevation and 3 on the other. Chair, we have an application which has not even begun to address the statutory requirements triggered by an electricity substation being scarcely a metre from the proposed living space. National Grid's 2016 Technical Guidance Note 287 Part 2 sets out the statutory requirements, yet the application says nothing. We have an application which is in breach of Kirklees' adopted local plan. We lose a bungalow. The officer's report recognises that this is a breach of policy LP11, but defies logic at paragraph 10.22 by claiming the property would remain a, quote, brackets, chalet, close brackets, bungalow. This is absurd playing with words. The average person takes a bungalow to be a 1-storey house suitable for older people. This application would create a 2-storey house. Simple as that. Chair, we also have an application which is in conflict with Kirklees' new supplementary planning document on house extensions and alterations in a number of ways. I will highlight 2. First, there was no prior discussion with neighbours as promoted at paragraph 2.15. Second, the mandatory assessment of the impact on the street scene has not been taken place, has not been properly undertaken. Members will see that pre-application advice seems to have been cut and pasted into the proposed elevations text, reading, quotes, a street view drawing should be submitted in the subsequent application to illustrate the height and spatial relationship of the proposed development relative to the surrounding buildings, close quotes, but none has been submitted. The question of impact is a subjective matter, and the views expressed in the officer's report from 10.12 to 10.26 are understandably his subjective opinion. Such subjectivity can in part be addressed by a proper assessment and drawings as required by the SPD and by pre-application advice. But Chair, in this application and in the officer's report, we see neither of those. Chair, on behalf of those objecting, I invite members to do the right thing, especially during a period of electoral purdah, to avoid what would be a very controversial decision by voting against the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Next, we've got Rhys Jagger. Afternoon, Rhys. You've got 3 minutes starting from now.
Hi, I hope you're all well. My name is Rhys Jagger. I'm 24 years old and I'm the purchaser of number 1 Penn Drive. Last year, I purchased the bungalow with the intentions of letting my parents live here and eventually retiring here along with my sister. I, at the time of purchase, had plans to travel the world, which fitted nicely with the size of the property. But due to COVID, all these plans changed and I had to cancel my travel plans. This led to all 4 of us living in the same property, realising how much of a lovely location I'd found, but also realising it's too cramped for a family of 4. All 4 of us are key workers. Me and my dad work for Yorkshire Water, my sister's a mental health nurse, and my mum is a dementia housing officer who is currently working from our living room. At this point, we realised we may need to extend this property that we live in. With this in mind, we contacted a local architect and told him our situation. He came up with a few examples and suggested we had an office space for my mum. His advice was to draw up 3 scenarios and submit a pre-planning application, which we did, and Kirklees accepted the one that we put planning in for. Throughout this process, there was no intentions to upset anyone, and we feel we have gone about everything very fairly. All we want to do is modernise a tired old bungalow and bring it up to date. We don't feel like we are taking anything away from this property. as my parents plan to live the rest of their lives here. My dad was in the building trade for 35 years. Bulk of the property to get with as little disruption as possible. Well, looking up and down Penn Drive, it's obvious there's a mixture of houses, bungalows and dormer bungalows of all shapes, sizes and colours. Sometimes there's a need for change, which doesn't always go down well with everyone, but our intentions are to create more space for ourselves and leave everything looking clean, crisp and pristine. A credit to the drive. Thank you for your time. Take care.
Thank you. Next, it's Mark Halliwell.
Yeah.
Right, Mark, you have 3 minutes starting from now.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Yes, just wanted to reiterate a few of the points that have been raised by the officer's report and by Rhys Jagger, who is the client. I also wanted to reiterate points about how the government is promoting. Basically, last year they brought in the new planning application, or planning laws about how you're to extend above up to 2 stories. Single stories, you could obviously achieve another story above. So we've done everything that we felt we could go the right way around things. We submitted a pre-application with various proposals. Kirklees sided with 2 of the proposals, and we obviously went for one of those. We've been in obviously dialogue with Josh Kwok, who's done a very nice job throughout all this. With obviously just doing the obviously planning application. I'm very surprised though, where we do have a household planning permission in for committee decision. Ultimately, I believe it should have been obviously followed by the officer's report and obviously the officer's delegated decision. However, obviously, I put it back to yourselves. I just hope, obviously, that everything's taken on board and it is done. And obviously, my clients can obviously do what they wanted to do, which is ultimately a self-build. And I've got no real comments further.
Right. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pinnock.
Thank you, Chair. The reason that householder applications go to committee is, on the whole, because they annoy some of the neighbours. And this is exactly what has happened in this case. Regardless of the wrongs or right of the applicant's position, it has caused a lot of upset amongst the neighbours, and it was representing that Kath Pennock asked for this to come to committee. And it does seem to me that as it says in the report, the impact of this extension on the next door house particularly will be quite considerable. And regardless of the fact that the government has said you can do it, that's a whole different ball game, which I won't go into at the moment. It's got something there which is not suitable in this location, and the planning officer is quite right. There are a variety of house types on Penn Drive, but at this end of Penn Drive, at the end of Penn Drive where this house is, most of the properties are bungalows, or they are chalet-style bungalows with very large dormers, creating but they are further up the road. Most of the surrounding houses are bungalows. I'm not very happy about this, really, because I think that as one of the objectors, as the objector said, consultation with neighbours hasn't effectively taken place, and I'm not sure that the applicant isn't doing something that might upset a lot of the neighbours, and therefore them being able to live together in an amicable fashion. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. Graham.
Thanks, Chair. He said, yeah, the bottom end is quite, as Andrew points out, quite rightly, all bungalows, and then it does change to twin stories a bit further up. But if you look down Penn Drive, from the top and look down, you've got that view of all the bungalows, and I think it's going to look odd. So I think it is over large for the area. And you don't like to see people holding people back, but I think it is going to totally change that street scene and that bottom section of the street. Because I said, looking down Penn Drive, it's all pretty much of a muchness, all nicely manicured lawns, etc. It looks really good, but I think it is going to be. I think it's too large, and it's going to radically alter the street scene. So I think I'm tempted to refuse it, vote to refuse this one, I think.
Thanks, Graham. Councillor Taylor.
I don't have any objection to this. I was going to move officer's approval. Yes, I know it would be ideal if all bungalows stayed bungalows, but we've seen this across the district. The owner wants to make the property suitable for them and their family, and I don't think we can really get in the way of that. It meets and ticks all the boxes in terms of being acceptable. Yes, it might not be what we would ideally like, but as we've often said before, we don't always get what we would ideally like. So on this one, I'm happy to move officer approval.
Thanks, John. Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. One or two of the representations were talking about first floor extensions to bungalows under permitted development, and pointing out this might not come under permitted development. I think what the report is getting at in relation to that is, an amended scheme could potentially be built without full planning, approval required. Whereas obviously this scheme needs planning permission. That's why it's come to us. I think I concur with Councillor Taylor and the officer recommendation on the overall planning balance of this and the existing house types along Penn Drive. I had a good look up there. I can't see any compelling reason to refuse it. So with that in mind, I'll second the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear a little bit more about the substation. We do have similar extensions and buildings in gardens in the area that have should we say fallen foul of legislation or certain standards about substations and proximity to do with that. So I'd just like to hear a little bit more about that through you, Chair, from officers. I agree with Councillor Turner that this is it does look like an overdevelopment. It does impact on the street scene. The 4 bungalows at the beginning of Penn Drive, opposite one another, there are a row of 2 on each side, opposite one another, and that produces a gradual slope that echoes the slope of the hillside. So visually, I think Councillor Turner is spot on. It would look like a snag tooth, as it were. It would be like it would stand out and it would snag the eye. The issue of the loss of this type of housing across the borough is a really serious one. I can't overstate this. We have people crying out. It's for the same reason that we really try and exploit all the spaces that we can for sheltered housing and for housing for the elderly. The need for bungalows for people to downsize to is absolutely imperative. Nobody's building them. We should be holding them onto them for dear life, because What's actually on display here is a family home. And that removes one of those bungalows. Everybody's building family homes at the moment. We've just seen a couple of applications here where we're building 14 at a time. Nobody's building, hardly anybody is building bungalows at the moment. So I think that constitutes like a double loss, is that we're not just losing one and it'll come on back on stream later on. It's gone, and it's gone for some good time. So yes, I will second Councillor Turner's motion to refuse. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Granger-Mead.
Thank you, Chair. My concern with this application is it will set a precedent in this street in particular. Once one housing has gone up similar to that with 4 bedrooms, I think other people are going to start buying properties within this street with the intention of developing them into 4-bedroom houses. Maybe in 15 years' time, there won't be any bungalows in this street because they'll have all been developed into 4-bedroom houses. As the applicant said, there's 4 adults currently living in their house. So that's presumably 4 cars. If every bungalow was developed into a 4-bedroom house on this street, there would be 4 cars, possibly, per house. It's just, this street wasn't built for that. It was built for mainly retirement people. And I just think once one's been done, everybody's going to start applying. And we don't want this to happen. We are short of bungalows, and I think we should be preserving them, at all costs. So, I totally agree with what Councillor Turner and Councillor Lawson has said on this one. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Got Julia to come in next. Just before you start, Julia, could you clear something up? If they wanted to build under permitted development rights, could they build something that's bigger than what's already proposed now?
Thank you, Chair. So yes, in terms of the height and things, the recent changes to the permitted development order, which grants upward extensions. So in effect, it could be built as a full true 2-storey property. So from that side of things, the principle of upward extension within the street, within a majority of streets now, was being sort of granted by default in terms of the changes to the GDPO. So I think that's just something to have in mind in terms of the comments about sort of setting a precedent and things like that, because with the changes to permitted development, that's potentially what's there in front of people to do, subject to certain criteria. I think in this particular case, we've got an application in front of us in terms of looking at the sort of the increase in the ridge height. It's sort of a 1.2 metre increase in height, which as officers we wouldn't suggest that that's the significant increase. It is an increase, but like I say, I wouldn't suggest it's significant. So like I say, in terms of the impact on the visual amenity and the street scene, it's sort of one of the first properties as you enter the sort of the highway onto Penn Drive. I think I appreciate what members have said about sort of the topography of the land and things, but like I say, the officer's advice is in terms of that impact on visual amenity wouldn't be so harmful so as to warrant refusal of the application. Obviously, members, it's your decision at the end of the day, but that is my advice to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Julia. Kathy. Oh, Andrew, I thought you'd spoken.
Well, sorry, I need to have a rant about the general permitted development order, because I think this is pernicious, frankly. And if there is no control over it, which I I hope I'm interpreting that correctly. There is either no control or very little control over what is actually built. You could end up with a mess, despite the government talking about beautiful design, which they talk about in their planning consultation material quite a lot. This has the potential to completely destroy that. And clearly there are people on Pendrive who are really rather upset about this this application. There is, to a degree, nothing we can do about it, but there is something we can do about this application, because it's a regular application, and if it were to be refused and the applicant came back with another one under permitted development, then there is perhaps nothing we can do about that. Although personally, I think that's a bit of a forked tongue thing by the government, saying they want beautiful design, but they also don't want people to be hindered in carrying out development. I'm not at all happy about that. I will certainly go along with refusing this, and see what the applicant does thereafter. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Sorry.
Cathy.
Cathy.
Okay, I've listened quite intently on this, and we've talked about permitted development rights, and I think Councillor Pinnock's absolutely right about the control. We have got control of this. We're the committee, and it is impacting. It has a detrimental impact on the street scene. They are going to change the street scene. So that is one of the reasons I'm siding for refusal. I've got every empathy with this applicant, but developers these days would rather build up than out than that, and it's more costly to build a bungalow. That's what I keep getting told. So I'm happy to support the refusal of this. If it comes back in as a different under a PDR one, that's fine. But as we can control this, I think it does have a detrimental impact on that community, that street, and it does open the doors for the people on that street to start changing the landscape of what buildings look like.
Thanks, Cathy. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to echo the ire that Councillor Pinnock is feeling, this is GDPR. It's coming to a street near you. We are at the mercy of this legislation. Councillor Scott quite rightly says this one is in front of us, and we do get a say-so on this. The other permitted development stuff, why there's just no inroad on that. We have no say on it, and neither do neighbourhoods. They don't have a say on it either. Nothing that they will say will change what goes on, and people need to know, the public need to know, that this is coming to a street near them. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, John. Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. Fully appreciate what members are saying about the undesirability of upwards extensions springing up everywhere. I'd just like to seek some advice from officers. If the committee refuses this application based on the effective upward extension on the overall street scene, the visual amenity of the street scene, for example, when an upward extension could be constructed under permitted development, could that be considered unreasonable at appeal? If they actually decided they want this particular scheme and they appealed the refusal?
Josh.
Through you, Chair. Yes. In terms of the fallback position, the PD rights does constitute a material consideration in terms of assessing the current scheme. I understand members have concern about the impact on visual amenity and also on residential amenity and overall street scene. So yes, member can resolve to refuse this application on those grounds. But just bear in mind, if we do refuse this application, then later on when the applicant do come up with the alternative proposal under the permitted development order, that would then have a potentially much greater impact than what is currently shown before us under the current application. And so that's advice I'll give members in terms of the relationship between permitted development rights and the current proposal. It is a material consideration that we need to take into account, but the weight given to those consideration is of course rests on the decision maker. So it's either on officers and on members sitting on the panel. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Josh. It's a bit like a famous Billy Connolly quote, isn't it? You get smacked in the mouth and then you turn around and say, is a kick in the groin out of the question as well? You can't win whichever way you go. It's ridiculous, is this? Graham, Councillor Turner.
Yeah, Chair. It's a bit, isn't it? We refused it and they put a bigger one in.
Yeah.
But then that's abdicating our responsibility, isn't it? So we have to judge it on what we've got, not what might happen in the future. And if we don't like it, and the majority of us vote for it or against it, whatever, we accept that decision. We shouldn't be sat there thinking, well, if we refuse, we'll get something worse. Let's deal with what we've got. If the system's wrong, there's nothing we can do about that, which I think it clearly is in this case. But let's deal with what we've got, not worry about what may come later. If we put something bigger in, we have done our job by discussing this, giving it its airing, and any problems that neighbours or people on the street may have is not our issue. We have done our job. So let's do our job. Let's discuss what's in front of us and not worry about what might come later.
Right, members, we've got two motions that's both been moved and seconded. First one to take a vote is the officer's recommendation. This one moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Lukic. We'll take a vote.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So this is the vote to delegate to approve. Councillor Hall.
Against.
Councillor Actor.
Against.
Councillor Dadd.
Against.
Granger Mead.
Against.
Councillor Lawson.
Against.
Councillor Lukic.
For.
Councillor Pervez.
Against.
Councillor Pinnock.
Against.
Oh.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Okay, so that vote falls, Chair.
Right, just before we go to the other vote, Julia, you want to come in?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. So just before moving to vote, then on the sort of the movement to refuse the application, as officers have set out, and as you all understand, the principle of the first floor extension, like I said, there's that fallback position set out in the permitted development order. So I suppose, like I said, the concern raised by members has been about sort of the overly large design of the extension and the overall scale of the extensions cumulatively. Is that correct? And then that subsequent impact on the street scene and the detriment that would have to the overall visual amenity in relation to, I suppose, policy LP24, which is your design policy in the local plan, and chapter 12 of the MPPF, which is relating to sort of achieving well-designed places. Is that a summary of members' concerns regarding the overall sort of design and cumulative impact of the extensions? Is that right? Yeah.
It looks like the majority are happy with that, Julia, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thanks, Julia. Right.
Okay.
Over to Andrea.
I'll give the vote on refusal then. Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Actor.
For.
Councillor Dodd.
For.
Granger Mead.
For.
Councillor Lawson.
For.
Councillor Lukic.
Again.
Councillor Pervez. Councillor Pervez.
Oh, for. Sorry.
Councillor Pinnock. Councillor Pinnock.
4.
Councillor Scott.
4.
Taylor.
Against.
And Councillor Turner.
4.
The application is refused.
Right, next page, 180. This is the last application of this municipal year. And it's Josh again, and we're at Bradford Road in Batley this time.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This application is brought to Heavy Woollen Planning Subcommittee at the request of Councillor Lowe. The reasons for the committee request are set out in paragraph 1.2 of the report. There are altogether 9 written representations received following the statutory publicity. So this application site is outlined in red in the location plan. The blue line shows other areas owned by the applicant, but not related to the current application. Now, to the side of the location plan is their aerial photo showing the context of the site, including its relationship with Bradford Road. So, as you can see from the photos, Bradford Road is kind of characterized by a mix of commercial and residential development. So the proposal is for the change of use from a car sales office to a Hoffer takeaway. The existing and proposed floor plan are provided in the slides. The level of traffic generated, the level of traffic generation resulting from the current car sales office and the proposed Hoffer takeaway are estimated to be 6 to 10 cars per hour and 3 to 6 cars per hour, respectively. The forecourt, previously used for displacing car, as shown in the photo, would be vacated to provide 11 off-street parking spaces in support of the Hoffer takeaway. Given this information, officers consider the proposal impact on highway safety and parking could be on balance acceptable in this instance. The development would involve no external alterations to the existing building. On either side of the site are all non-residential development, as could be seen in the photo. Therefore, to permit this change of use is not considered to have an adverse impact on the local character and the street scene. The impact on cross-bank conservation area is also negligible for the same reason. There are some houses on the opposite side of Bradford Road that might be affected by the business. However, having considered the comments provided by the Environmental Health Service and subject to the recommendations, the recommended conditions made by the Environmental Health Officer, we considered the potential impact on residential amenity could be acceptable. So this plan basically shows the distribution of the existing coffee takeaway along this stretch of Bradford Road, which I hope would assist members to understand the relationship between the proposed use and the existing coffee takeaway. So while it's noting the concerns raised in relation to the number and the distribution or concentration of takeaways in this locality, now the map seems to suggest there is an appropriate separation distance between the application sites over here and all other Hoffer takeaway, the cluster of Hoffer takeaway adjacent to Cullinghow Hill Junction, which is over there. So in addition to that, Council's Public Health Service has also raised no objections to this application. Now, taking account of those considerations, the location of the proposed Hoffer takeaway can be acceptable in this case. To conclude, this development is considered not to cause significant conflicts with the relevant policies in the local plan, and the impacts resulting from this development could be mitigated satisfactorily by conditions. Therefore, is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Josh. Right, 3 speakers. First up, Councillor Zaman.
Thank you, Chair. I've raised an objection on this planning application because what we have here is a change of use from a car sales office to a hot food takeaway store. I believe that the committee need to seriously consider not approving this application, as this stretch of road, or Bradford Road, has a mix of residential and commercial development. Now the residents in this vicinity are extremely unhappy about the change of use, I've received about 10 objections via email and telephone calls. The residents strongly believe that the takeaway will attract a large number of young people who will congregate in groups and in cars, which will cause issues to the neighbourhood residents. Now, this was already a car sales showroom which has been blocking access to the neighbouring residents on Springfield Terrace. So the takeaway is highly likely to attract noise, nuisance in cars and antisocial behaviour during the evenings going into the later hours, even though the request is to close at 10:30, which the residents are clearly opposing and want to live peacefully in their neighbourhood. Parking in the vicinity is limited. Customers would have to park on the main Bradford Road, which is already congested and busy all day. We've seen the issues with Frankie's just 400 yards from this proposed site. There have been many issues which the councillors are dealing with, from large groups of men congregating, gathering, revving their cars, parking on pavements, double yellow lines. I myself, along with my ward colleagues, have taken numerous complaints. We've tried to work with Frankie's to identify the perpetrators. We've got enforcement out on many occasions. We've tried to work with the business to overcome the issues of just young men sitting around in cars. The residents are complaining about this issue as well, and they've also approached the MP. And quite honestly, I'm just sick of hearing about these issues, because when it comes to planning, we give them the planning, but when they're actually in the premises, they don't seem to give a damn as to what is going on, and the issues are repeated again and again, which obviously are due to the business doing well. But if we're honest, they're in the wrong location, particularly with residential areas around. And I can see the same issues occurring with this business here. We're going to create more work for ourselves, and we're going to continue wasting time of officers and enforcement, because we can see that this is actually, in the pipeline. Furthermore, residents are already complaining that people have been blocking their access. And it's not just going to be about come in and pick up the food and go. The whole issue of inadequate parking in the vicinity of the site will cause disruption to the flow of traffic on Bradford Road as well. And like I've said, it's similar issues with Frankie's, even though, I don't want to be kind of like, putting them down. But, the residents are complaining about rats, littering, and again, noise issues, young people sitting in cars making a nuisance of themselves. Therefore, Chair, I cannot stress enough how, we've already created community tensions. We regularly see posts on social media, which again, it brings out the negative comments from the different sections of the communities, and it's not good for community relations. And we can see this escalating as this new business will begin, because residents are already feeling frustrated. And obviously we don't live there, so we don't want to put the residents in that situation, which they're already saying that it's going to become a living hellhole for us. So therefore, Chair, I'd like the planning officers to really look at this application and look at the parking issues in particular, and also the committee to consider the impact it's going to have on the residents before we seek approval for this. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Next, it's Councillor Lunat.
Good afternoon, Chair. Apologies if you can hear the baby crying in the background. I'll confirm that she's been looked after. Somebody else is there looking after her. So I'm here representing the residents today that live across the road from this particular site. We've had a number of complaints that have come through, and I know officers have been dealing with the issues, and it has been highlighted in the report. You've seen in the photographs 11 spaces for a takeaway. The size, I do not believe it's going to remain as a takeaway. You can see the type of businesses, the food places that are on that street, on that particular stretch of road. They end up being some sort of eat-in places, whether it's a restaurant type cafe. So I ask the committee to have a serious look at this, because the impact on residents that live across, it's gonna be enormous, because we don't know what hours the business is going to be opening until. So evenings, when this business as we want all businesses to succeed. So if the business was there, if they were having large numbers of cars there, they're not going to be, like my colleague said, they're not going to be just picking up the foods. They will be staying, eating either in there or waiting around. And we believe that that's going to cause a lot of issues for the residents there. Frankie's, Mother Hubbard's, anybody that's been around that area and has driven, I'm sure most of my ward colleagues or even members of the committee have been in that area, you'll see that the traffic that's built up because of the eateries and not having enough adequate spaces. Please, I ask the committee to have a look at this and reject it for those reasons, to see without actually having some more information about what they're wanting to do. I can't believe it's a takeaway. It's too big. They will have eating spaces to be there, and the parking spaces itself. There's no wall. There's no barrier. There's a bit of chain on some posts. So potentially the traffic coming into the takeaway will be coming onto the highway, onto the main road, and obviously impacting everybody else as well that are using that road, and obviously the residents that live there. The other issue I think what the residents have come back to us with is the odour that's going to come out from a place like this, and I believe that the officers have asked for a condition to be put on in terms of the kitchen, so which that seems okay, but because we don't have any plans about what the kitchen is going to look like, or what kind of fans or extractors are going to be there, and what kind of disposal, there's no bins, proper bin area or anything like that. I'm asking for the committee to look at refusing this at this precise moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Fazila.
On the baby's gone quiet. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to you and to the Heavy Woollen Committee for allowing me to bring this planning application to be determined by your good selves this afternoon. Can I just start by saying thank you to Councillor Zaman and Councillor Luna for eloquently sharing their concerns and comments here, and which I do fully agree with. This planning application may be in Batley West, but it's one of those where it will also impact on residents in another ward in Batley East. As already stated, amongst the concerns is the increase in noise, vehicle movements, vehicles parked up, the inevitable litter problems, and sadly, possibly, the antisocial behaviour problems it might bring with it. One of my concerns is that the proposal could have a significant impact on this Crossbank Batley conservation area. Paragraph 10.5 reads, the development concerned is unlikely to affect the significance of the area, but I'm afraid I beg to differ. And paragraph 10.19 states, the nearest takeaway is 385 metres away from this site. But what this paragraph doesn't state is that there's actually 4 other takeaways in that area, which to me does result in over concentration of hot food takeaways in this locality. And just to add that the reaction on yet another takeaway here from local residents and other people in Batley, as Brenda from Bristol would say, not another one. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Gwen. Right, that's it. Members, it's over to you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite interesting when people do a change of use of a building. And I've listened to what the ward councillors are saying. I'm trying to find a reason why to refuse this. I'm honestly trying to find a reason. There's mention about smell and fumes. Extractor fans have been suggested. But the thing is, it's actually on the main road. And what the person chooses to put their change of use on, and the parking issues that are being raised. Now, the words takeaway, it's not stay. So I don't know if there's any things that we can condition in there, like collection only. order and collection only. But there was also the time frame that was put on this, 3 years. Well, no, the maximum I'd allow was 12 to 18 months to see how it goes. I don't know if we can. And I'd look at the revision of times of when this takeaway would be open, because it'd be relentless, 7 days a week. I'd be looking at a Sunday to revise the times. Takeaways for me, if you go to page, just bear with me a moment. Let's have a look. Page 175, the proposals on 3.1. I'd have concerns about the Sundays 12 till 10:30. No, I'd probably say 12 till 8 or something like that, because it's relentless. They are not changing the times, and also the bank holidays as well. So I do have concerns. Residents' perceptions of people parking up and staying, and young people. Well, not only young people stop. I've seen old people park up at takeaways and places like that. So I don't think it's a strong enough argument at the moment. I'm reserving my right. I'm not going to make my decision yet. I just want to listen to what other councillors say. But I'm being honest. I'm finding it hard for any reason why this can be objected.
I'm going to say you're absolutely right, Kathy. I've thought about it. I know from Batley Car up to Birstall Smithies, it's either a takeaway or a car lot. It's an absolute mess compared to what it used to be, going back donkey's years. And it's getting, slowly but surely, it's getting even worse. Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pick up first on what Councillor Scott just mentioned about hours of operation. The application specifies hours of use. However, the recommended conditions don't actually include a condition on hours of use. There's just the standard 3-year time frame, and in accordance with submitted plans and the kitchen extract scheme. So if we are to consider approving this, we absolutely do, I think, need a condition so that the hours of use would be enforceable. And I fully appreciate the genuine fears really that have been expressed by residents through through the ward councillors. I appreciate, it's on a main road. There is actually off-street parking provided there. The overall parking situation in that neighbourhood is quite messy, and the vehicle movements themselves could be a problem. Have to take into account the existing use there. With the cluster of takeaways not too far up the road as well. I think the over-concentration argument is actually more borderline than suggested in this report. I think it could potentially be argued for over-concentration as well. With this being a takeaway, it shouldn't be a place where people are congregating, but, can we guarantee that here? Like Councillor Scott, I'm just going to listen to what other members have to say first. Thank you.
Graham.
Yeah, I agree with Kathy in some ways. It would be nice in some ways to refuse it, but I can't see anything I can suggest that would be justifiable for refusal. I get nobody wants to live near a takeaway, and I get that I think we've got too many. I was optimistic that the public health might have said, because we can refuse on public health grounds, but even they didn't say anything against it. That side of the road where it is all either industrial units or car lots or whatever, and the residents opposite do have quite a long garden. I know that's not great, but they do have a bit of a garden. They're not right roadside. So I really struggle to see how we can refuse it. I genuinely do. And, it is what it is. It's an application that, why would you, what grounds can we refuse it on? And just for pointing out, just saying 3.1, that the opening hours are 12 till 22:30, Monday, Saturday, 12 till 22:30 on Sundays and bank holidays. So that time limit is already in there. So yeah, much like Kathy, I'm struggling with this. I really am.
Julia, is there any such thing? So many takeaways within so many square meters, like there is on I think it's town centres with betting shops. You're only allowed, I think it's 30% of an high street can be a betting shop. Is it out like that with takeaways?
I think through you, Chair, I think Josh's case officer is just going to come in, but it is in terms of sort of the policy and the principle of the hot food takeaway is something that.
Julia, you're really faint. Is your microphone down?
Sorry about that, it were on my head. Yeah. So, like I said, Josh will come in because he's undertaken consultation with our policy colleagues on this this matter as well. I think he has. And oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I just saw a message come up then. So yeah, I'll just pass you over to Josh. But yeah, there is consideration in terms of the number of sort of takeaways within a vicinity. But Josh, do you want to come in?
Yes. So through you, Chair, there is indeed a restriction in terms of how many sort of takeaways can be clustering in one particular location. The policy in LP, policy in LP 17, I think it relates to food and drink and evening economy. So that policy does say any hot food takeaway or food related use located within the town centre will need to give consideration to the concentration of the existing food and drink use, but that only applies to development within the town centre. In addition to that, we have got a supplementary planning documents in relation to, again, hot food takeaway that hasn't been formally adopted. So in terms of the weight given to that particular SPD, we have considered that, but it's not yet formalized as part of the supplementary planning documents associated with the policy that we have in the Kirklees local plan. So yes, concentration is a consideration, but in this instance, because they are not next to one another, because when we talk about town centre food and drink use, we do talk about the frontage and how many sort of hot food takeaway are along the same frontage. So they have some sort of criteria to assess those development within the town centre, but not specifically for any sort of out centre hot food takeaway users. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Josh. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I thank the ward councillors for their contributions. Unfortunately, as Councillor Turner said, I can't find reasons under which we could refuse it, and I think even the one about proximity to other takeaways doesn't I don't think work here, because it's this one's all on its own, or would be. So like Councillor Scott, I will reserve my position, but I am at the moment struggling to see how we could find reasons for refusal.
I'm going to say I'm sure Batley High School will be using it as a local stopping off point at dinner time, yeah. Probably at tea time as well. Yeah. Councillor Lawson.
Okay, so I've heard about what everybody else has had to say about the traffic and the complaints and what have you. What strikes me about the application is that if we look to the conditions, we just seem a little bit light, other than the standard conditions. And I'm thinking generally about the kitchen extracts scheme. If we look at the first application we took this morning, or it feels like this morning, I beg your pardon, earlier this afternoon, we have some kitchen conditions there that I think we could possibly do to look at on this one. One is next, I'm assuming this is a kitchen condition, the noise from fixed plant and equipment, wording from environmental services, consultation response. We need to have something about noise of extraction schemes. We've got an extraction scheme there, but a scheme for fats, oils, and grease entering the drainage network, that's not on this application. And I'm just wondering how much of this is standard, how much of it is added on for that particular case, and should we be looking a little bit harder at what kind of conditions are on there? All that was a question, Chair.
Right. Well, Julia's down in, she's third. Councillor Lowkitch.
Sorry, Chair. I already spoke earlier. I don't think I've requested to speak again.
Right.
Josh still wants to speak.
Josh, I've got you down.
It's me.
Kathy?
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm going to go back to the conditions. I think we should condition it again on a temporary permitted if we're going for it. And I think 12 to 18 months, whatever we decide. I think it should be a revision of the time. If we are minded to go for this application, I can't find a reason why to refuse it. So I'm going to move the officer's recommendation with additional times of when it can operate. I'd take out the Sunday times to reducing it till about 8 o'clock. Because don't forget, when they close, they don't always close. They'll say they're cleaning down, but they're still continuing to get deliveries out. So we've got to be very careful of that. I think Councillor Lawson, you made a fantastic thing about it's all right about the extractor fans, but it's about the noise too. It's about checking that out. So I'm asking if we can condition it temporary. The bins and all that, it's all in this application, what they're going to do and what they're going and things like that. So yeah, I'm happy, but it's a collection place only. It's not a stay and eat. And that's got to be put into a condition as well. There's no way that they can go in and eat on these premises. It has to be taken away.
I'll bring Graham in and then Julia.
Thanks, Steve. I was going to say we were all sort of going, oh, we don't like it, but we can't see a reason, and we're going to reserve judgment. So I was going to suggest a remove approval, because otherwise we're going to be sat here all night waiting for somebody to do it. So let's crack on.
I think I moved approval.
You did.
Graham,
You did. You just beat me to it, but that's why I came in to speak. But so I'll second your move, and as I said, with a heavy heart, but that's the way the system is.
Yeah. Julia.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I was just wanting to sort of pick up in terms of the conditions. So like I said, as officers, we've suggested some sort of conditions on page 180 of your agenda. We've been hearing what members have had to say there. So I suppose starting with the first condition in terms of as officers have recommended that it's a conditional full permission that's granted. I think Councillor Scott was discussing just then in terms of whether it should be a temporary permission that members sort of decide on today. I think once again, just considering in terms of COVID and things, I think in terms of that time frame, perhaps if you looked more towards, say, the 2 year, so a full assessment can be made over that time if that's the route that you were deciding to go down. That's just something to consider there. In terms of the second suggested condition, that's about development in accordance with the plan, so that's the standard condition. In terms of condition 3, this related to the kitchen extract scheme to be submitted and approved prior to sort of being brought into use. So as part of that would include sort of the full kitchen extract ventilation system and sort of any associated noise and things, and sort of ensuring that there weren't any unacceptable odours and things like that. So that condition would capture all of those concerns which Councillor Lawson raised a second ago. In terms of the hours of use, as you will have seen in the update, that's something that officers also considered as well. So as part of the update, officers had sort of recommended the opening hours or the hours of use in accordance with those specified on the application form, which were 12 p.m. until 8 p.m. Monday to Sundays. But once again, hearing what Councillor Scott has discussed and what other members have discussed, I think you're looking at conditioning the hours of use to 12 o'clock until 10:30 on Monday to Saturday, but then 12 o'clock to 8 p.m. Sundays and bank holidays. I think that was sort of the summary on that matter there. And then a final condition I think that I've picked up on from the debate. You discussed about sort of the bin storage and collection. So in at paragraph 10.17 of the agenda on page 179, there's assessments set out in there in terms of the waste collection and disposal. But once again, if members would like us to secure some further detail on that, we can do that. Our officers can do that via condition in terms of asking for the full scheme showing the sort of the provision of the bin storage and collection areas associated with this the proposed takeaway use. So I think that's covered everything in terms of the conditions that members have discussed, unless I've missed. Sorry, Councillor Hall. Yeah, if you want to bring anyone else in. Thank you, Chair.
Well, there's a few now. Josh, do you want to come back?
Yes.
Right.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think you've got a loose link somewhere, Josh. We can't hear you.
Yeah, that's right. I think Julia has already addressed the condition regarding temporary permission. So yes, I don't think I have any further comments to make on that particular condition. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of an alternative option possibility, grounds for refusal, I believe strategic planning recently refused a fast food restaurant stroke drive-through on public health grounds in an area with high levels of deprivation. I think those grounds could be equally applicable to this. That's all I just wanted to mention as a possibility. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Pinnett.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Apropos of what Councillor Lawson mentioned earlier, will the condition about kitchen extracts include disposal of waste oil and fats, please?
Suppose they could throw it straight into Batley Beck, seeing as it runs underneath.
Thank you. I pretend you didn't say that, Steve.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I also wanted added into the conditions, it's a collection and take away, not stay and eat in. So just to ensure that that is conditioned on that.
Yeah, I think one of the big problems is when you look at it, and if you know that area, which I do, there's quite a few little side streets, i.e. there's one at the side of it, they'll just park up down there, so it's basically patrolling it, but there's that's not down to us, basically. Councillor Lukic, do you want to come back, or are you just passing comment?
No, yes, sorry. I was just suggesting it could be a no consumption on the premises or in the car park, but I think it could, they just park up the street away. So
it'll happen anyway. I know what you mean, but it'll just happen. Julia.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just coming back on the reasonableness of imposing that condition about the sort of no consumption on the premises or in the car park or surrounding area. I think, like I say, it's as officer, I wouldn't advise imposing that condition. I think you would be at risk in terms of if the applicant did appeal the decision. So that's what my advice would be to you there. I think you would be at risk with imposing a condition like that on in this particular case. I wouldn't advise that there's any evidence to substantiate the imposition of that condition. Thank you, Chair.
Right, just one thing that has cropped up, looking at a photograph. I'd be concerned about a build-up at vehicles that are parked up with people inside picking the stuff up. You're going to have some on concourse at building, then you're going to have some on pavement. You could end up with people who have got prams, push chairs, electric wheelchairs, whatever, having to go into Bradford Road to get round it. I think I'd like highways to really have a real good look at what they can do, whether it be double yellow lines, because you've only got to look at this Frankie's down road. they block the pavement off and they don't care. It's not people with little cars or out like that. You're talking people with Rolls Royces and Bentleys that are doing this. Well, I would have thought might have a little bit more oil in the lamp. Obviously, they don't have. If you've got one area like that, which we have at bottom of Carlinhow Hill, you're going to have it here. But I really would like Highways to look at it and see what they can do to regulate car parking, i.e. blocking the road and the pavement. Unfortunately, I'm same as everybody else. I'd love to refuse it because I'm fed up of places like this. But we're stuck with it. So I think that's about as far as we can go with this. So it has been moved and it has been seconded, both I know begrudgingly. So we'll have to go to a vote. Andrea?
Councillor Hall?
Reluctantly agree.
Councillor Actor?
Abstain.
Councillor Dad?
Abstain.
Councillor Granger-Mead?
For.
Councillor Lawson?
For.
Councillor Lukeridge?
Regrettably for.
Councillor Gervais?
For.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Scott?
Regrettably for.
Councillor Taylor?
For.
Councillor Turner?
Again, regrettably for.
That's carried, Chair. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, everybody. And fingers crossed they might say after me, or then again I might not. I'll see you.
Well,
Thank
you
you.
won't see me because I'm
No.
retiring, so I just want to say
Right,
goodbye
well-
to everybody.
Thanks to all the